This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police have arrested a man suspected of being involved in the burning of a vehicle during recent fuel price protest at Githurai roundabout. The DCI says the suspect was arrested in Ruiru after investigators received key leads. He is currently being questioned as detectives continue searching for other people believed to have taken part in the incident. The government says all beneficiaries of the Nyota Youth Empowerment Project will receive the second batch of business startup funds by June 30th, 2026. The State Department for MSMEs Development says the money will be released to all beneficiaries at the same time following concerns about delays. This differs from the first round of payments, which were issued in phases. Here's PS Susan Mangeni.
We are grateful to the National Treasury for actively working to resolve the fiscal space constraints and the flexibility to accommodate the budgetary adjustment to enable the effective implementation of the project in keeping with the timelines of finalizing this first phase by end of the current financial. To this extent, we wish to announce and also confirm that the disbursement for the second tranche of business startup capital will happen by 30th June 2026.
Rarieda Member of Parliament Otiende Amolo is calling for a special parliamentary committee to investigate rising cases of unrest in schools. Speaking in Parliament on Tuesday, he said the deadly fire at Utumishi Girls Academy exposed serious failures by families, schools and the government in protecting children. Amolo urged the country to address concerns over student discipline, school safety and child welfare following the tragedy in Gilgil, Nakuru County.
I think it is time that as Parliament we form an ad hoc committee to examine unrest in schools. It is not enough to leave it to the department anymore. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I think that we must also re-examine the circumstances that we're putting the schools to. If you look at the images of that school, and that's a high-end school, you see that the dormitory was highly congested. There were beds on the corridors, there were beds next to the door. This 100% transition without the proper infrastructure is part of the problem.
The Trump administration is defending its plan to send Americans exposed to Ebola to a new treatment facility in Kenya instead of bringing them back to the United States. Speaking at the White House, U.S. health official Dr. Hemet Oz said quick treatment is critical and Kenya is closer to the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, allowing patients to receive care faster.
Again, I'll speak as a heart doctor. I want to take the patient to the OR that's right next door to the room they're sick in, not to the building next to them, or to 3 buildings 2 blocks away, because that time is precious to us. You have a golden hour in many of these instances around trauma, but for illnesses, it's also relatively short. So we are confident, and the State Department's working on this diligently, that they're going to be able to work out something with Kenya. There has already been a fair amount of communication around this issue. We have and that's about it. There's a UK base there. We have other people who might be willing to welcome us, and we have our German colleagues as well.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. This is Radio Generation on 88.8 FM Nairobi, 90.7 FM Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. My name is Mungala Mbuvi and I'm with CT Muga in the studio as well. CT Muga, a very good morning to you. How are you doing?
I am Ngoja kidogo.
Okay.
I'm doing very well, thank you. Then how are you doing?
Mimi, apart from this foot pain that keeps on recurring, I'm quite fine. I think I need to see a doctor now. Niache ku guess work, niache kusema sijui metatarsal, niache kusema sijui plantar fasciitis, niache kusema sijui motor neurons disease. I just need to go see someone, a specialist, to just tell me, yo my friend, shida yako ni ku hop on one foot every other weekend.
No, unaweza kuomba even something simpler.
Yeah.
Gout.
Haiwezi kuwa gout. Wacha nikwambie kwa nini haiwezi kuwa gout. Because I know a gout inakujanga sababu ya pombe na nini na kitu inaitwa nyama. Sana. All right? So there's that uric acid situation going on, but that one I do not have.
Wewe una uric acid.
Sina hiyo shida ya pombe na sina hiyo shida ya nyama. Ningekwanga mtu frequently anafanyanga hizo vitu, unakula kilo 3 na kamunyweso kila jioni ama every 2 days, hapo ningekuambia by this city, you know, this could be it. But since I am not that kind of person,
we huko
siko huko
hiyo timu cheze nayo,
hiyo nimeitoa. Unajua ni kama kuna vitu zingine unatoanga tu, unasema hii haiwezi kwa hiyo elimination method, exactly. So when someone says could it be this, like for example you are suggesting, could it be the cold?
Yes,
maybe it could be, because it was just spontaneous pain that started yesterday morning, literally when I stepped out of bed, because the previous day I was okay, I was fine. But yesterday when I was stepping out of bed, I felt that slight pain. I was like, what's not happening? Then as the day went on, the pain progressed. As of this morning, I couldn't move that foot. So I think I need now to start doing other methods of checkup to eliminate.
Go and see an expert.
Yes.
Let them tell you.
Wafanye skaro naambia sasa.
Wewe.
Unaona kidole? Itabidi tumefanya. Niwaambie nope.
Kidole haifanye
mwezi kata kidole changu. But yeah, 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. 7 minutes past 6 o'clock. You know how we do. Every single day we check what it's germane about today. There's a UN day being celebrated today, and I think I saw it yesterday. Let me tell you real quick, because the United Nations is always celebrating something. Yesterday they didn't have anything for us, but today being the 3rd day of June 2026, it is World Bicycle Day. Siti, when is the last time you rode a bicycle?
I can't remember.
Really? Was it this month? This year? Was it this decade? Oh my goodness. Was it this century? Was it this millennium?
This century?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Think once.
So once.
Yeah.
What kinds? Okay. Even when you go to the gym, okay. First of all, do you go to the gym?
No.
Okay. Because there's that bicycle in the gym
no.
So that one you don't ride. Do you own one?
I think so.
What do you mean you think so?
I have some mountain bikes at home in my shags.
Ushago.
Yes,
okay.
But I have relatives who I think have appropriated them. That's something I'm not sure.
So they're not yours anymore?
They're mine.
They belong to other people. I mean, they're yours, but they're not yours.
I don't use them.
Okay.
And it's a good thing they did, because I think they figured these bikes are just sitting here.
Yes.
And so I really don't. I think I don't own a bicycle.
Cycling is actually a very good thing. It's one of the best exercises you can ever do, because somehow it exercises your entire body, as opposed to maybe just walking. You know, it exercises your hands, your back, of course, your legs. So if you cycle, you're bound to do some good exercise, and it helps with blood circulation sana. And I think perhaps I'll pick up cycling as one of my exercise routine. Or walking is a good thing, City, but also cycling is cycling, in my opinion, could be actually better than walking.
Swimming is better.
Swimming is better, because now that one you use all your muscles.
Yes.
Every single, even your eyelids, the muscles in your eyelids, you will use them.
Yes, but walking works wonders.
Inasaidianga.
No, it does. Yeah. If you look at just the process of walking,
yes,
and what it does, take this to your foot.
Right.
Every aspect of your foot is exercise, because this is the motion.
Yes.
And it means any muscle, any tissue that is related to your leg will actually get some form of exercise.
So as I was researching on the pain in my foot, I found a few things also. The type of shoe that you wear.
Oh, yes.
Is very, very important.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So for someone of my age and weight, I shouldn't be doing flat shoes. Should be doing those ones that have got arch support.
It helps.
Yes. So I think I'll need to go shoe shopping. Watu wa kuvanga Crocs nyinyi tunaongelesha pia. Watu wa kuvaa flat shoes, watu wanavanga sandals, and then you walk for significant distances. Yeah, that one will also put you at risk of damaging your feet and the muscles in your feet. So if you decide to walk, especially if you're doing that exercise, you need to wear the right shoes, specifically the ones that are well padded and they have got the right arch support for your feet, so that you can actually support every single, like Situ was saying, every muscle on your foot, so that you cannot damage, especially if you're walking on rough terrain. That's one thing we don't know, eh? But I wonder why this is a problem, because as Africans back in the day we didn't even wear shoes. Natulukwanga tu sawa. Hizi mashida zimeletwa na lifestyle changes, sedentary life.
There are very many things that have been brought about by you see, somebody who lived in an agricultural rural setting did not need to go to the gym.
Yes, because you every
aspect of your life is going to the gym.
Ilikuwa easy because kuinua jembe, you're working your biceps, you're working your back.
And everywhere you went to, you walked or you rode a bicycle.
Yes.
So this issue of going to the gym,
we didn't have these problems.
No, you did not need to go to the gym.
Did we even have gyms as Africans?
We didn't call them gyms, but our lifestyle. You went to visit.
For example, this is what I'm asking. Back in the day, we're talking about 200, 300 years ago, before civilization was what it is right now. I wonder how Africans would exercise, or the military in Africa, the militaries in Africa would exercise. Like, for example, right now we have gyms in the barracks where soldiers will go and do their exercises and their fitness training. But back in the day, what kind of fitness training did they do?
Paul, let me ask you something. If your everyday life involves you walking from place to place,
yes.
If you are in a hurry, it involves you running.
Yes.
Everything that you do is physical labor.
Yeah.
Okay? What do you need to go to the gym for?
Okay. Makes sense.
When you go to visit, you are walking or running or walking briskly. Every aspect of your life is exercise.
Yeah.
What do you need to go to the gym for? A gym makes sense when you have this life of ours where you come here and you sit for 4 hours.
Yes.
And then you wake up and you go somewhere else and then again you sit. Then you feel you need to exercise.
Yeah.
Yes. So, again, remember, a lot of what we do in this modern life is as a result of people figuring out that human beings need to have their lives made easier.
Yes.
More comfortable. Now, that has brought about very many other problems. So you get the impression that some commercially minded individuals had figured out that this issue of lifestyle can make them a lot of money.
Right. So they started selling us diet plans.
That's it.
Gym plans.
That's it.
Exercise plans.
That's it.
Yoga.
That's it. For a moment I thought you were going to say yogurt.
No. Yoga. But also yogurt is a nice dietary supplement. Okay.
Rumba.
Disa anasema rumba. But unajua watu wa hii age ya kina Disa, rumba ndio tizi. Ati nini?
Zumba.
Zumba si rumba. But pia rumba. But Zumba, yes, she's very right.
You see, all those concoctions, all those creative ways of exercising are to supplement the sedentary life.
Yeah. True story.
If you're not sedentary, what do you need all these things for? As I told you, may I walk?
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And I exercise in the mornings. So, I don't walk enough, but I find the walking good. Because walking, I can walk briskly. I can walk slowly.
Okay. Thank you for that. Hey, kwanza driving this morning was a problem.
To Spain.
Yeah. Kukanyanga mafuta breaks. Then at some points where you have to emergency brake because someone has cut you off. It was painful, man. Tomorrow, I don't think I'm coming into the vehicle. Napanda Uber.
kwenda uone expert ambaye ndo daktari akwambie
haya tupatie methali yetu ya leo.
Right, we are still in the Republic of the Seychelles. Okay. If a little tree grows in the shadow of a large tree, it will die small.
Yes. If a
little tree grows in the shadow of a large tree, it will die small.
For sure. Without sunlight, there is no photosynthesis. Without photosynthesis, there is no energy, there is no food.
There's no growth, there's nothing.
There is no growth. Yeah.
Utakufa.
Sometimes it can be stunted, but only for a period of time.
It will die.
Kwa kweli utakufa. If you look at some trees that have got really large canopies, you will find hapa chini, there is not even a single blade of grass. Because if sunlight cannot reach the ground, then nothing grows there.
The shrubbery that makes, which is a very important part of the ecosystem of a forest, utapata.
Kweli. Saa zingine pia unaambiangwa, if you now translate it to human terms, sometimes if you're in the shadow of a big figure, you will never grow.
You'll never be seen. The shadow, you will be in that shadow and you'll be part of the shadow. So when people think of the shadow, they'll probably think of you.
Yes.
However, there is, if I may add, a little proviso here.
Yes.
You see, if you're an apprentice, you need to be in someone's shadow.
True. But only for a while.
That actually is the clincher.
Yes.
For
a while. Learn. Once you learn, Bona, get out, get your own sunshine.
In fact, at every stage when you learn, you must be let free to do what it is that you've learned.
Yes.
And then you come back and move to the next phase and so forth and so forth.
That is why even when you've gone through an education system, you are allowed to now do internship. You intern, you learn for 3 months or 6 months, depending on what it is you're doing. Then you exit. Now you're told, go now do your thing. That's how you learn. You make your own mistakes, you learn from those mistakes.
Yes.
Eventually someone else will come and be your shadow. Yes, and that's the cycle of life.
In the fullness of time.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Right.
Watu wa ushelisheli hao.
Unawapenda?
Ni venye wako hapa tungewabaia lollipop.
Kabisa.
Ama chocolate.
Chewing gum.
Chewing gum is good. A big shout out to, I've seen someone, this is who? Douglas Kibogong, amesema allelopathy. Allelopathy ni nini? Okay. Willis Juma, good morning city and movie. Before Africa civilization, the type of food Africans did eat was never processed and every aspect of life was in form of exercise. Very true, Willis Juma. Walikuwa nakula mangwashi manduma, grown actually organically, not the kinds of foods we eat nowadays. Some of them grown in sewers. And then Douglas Kibgong, amesema morning radio generation, always checking at 11 a.m. to follow your show. Otherwise, Perth doing well. So it's 11 a.m. in Perth right now. Ama, what does he mean? We'll confirm. I'll also Google what this allelopathy is all about. Right now, though, let's get on to radiogeneration.co.ke and see what is making headlines. Court orders Duale to reveal details of 1.7 billion shillings US-backed Ebola facility. Why does a court have to order the CS to reveal this thing?
Do you know, you've actually asked a question that my mind had asked.
Why is he being compelled? This is something that he should just do from the get-go. Because number one, our taxes are being used on this. Number two, it is an issue of great public, there's a word we usually use in journalism, I'm forgetting it. But it is of great national importance for us to know what is going on here. Why is it that a court has got to tell him, and this is a public servant doing public service, using our taxes? Why is it so difficult to just... Kwani kitu iko na nini ndani? Hii deal.
Bro, mimi niulize hiyo swali. As you and your contemporaries say,
yes,
nikasare. I have kept quiet because it causes me continuous puzzlement, if you the word.
I mean, the High Court has directed Health CS Aden Duale to publicly disclose details of a controversial 1.74 billion Ebola quarantine facility linked to the US as legal and public scrutiny over the project continues to grow. The court issued the directive yesterday after the state failed to file responses or appear in court in a case challenging the government's decision to host American nationals exposed to or infected with Ebola. So they didn't appear in court. No representative was sent. Not even a PS. The CS didn't show up. Not a director. Not... I mean... What is in this deal? Surely. The president said when he was in Wajir that, look, America is our friend, so it's a collaboration between friends. Okay, fine, sawa. But we need the details of this friendship.
Whether they keep it quiet or not, we will know.
This is weird.
The country will know. I mean, a mountain is being made of a molehill.
Yeah.
This thing is acquiring proportion that it doesn't need to have.
But let me tell you something. The fact that Kenyans found out about this facility, about some couple of days ago, right? Sometime last week. So the government has had time to come clear on this issue, but they haven't.
Paul, the government had time long before this.
But I'm giving them some grace from the time this became public. That is the time they should have come out and just say, yo, this is the situation. Now, you see, when your court pants down, sometimes you don't deny. Don't start saying, but no, you see, the pants just fell off because I am nimekonda, za trouser imeweza tu. No. Tumekushika, tumekupata pants. Sema tu, wase, hivi ndivyo kuko, na imefanyika hivi, tufanye aje sasa. The more this is shrouded in mystery, the more they look guilty, and perhaps they are guilty of something that we do not know yet. Is it that it isn't a 1.7 billion deal? Could it be less? Could it be more? Have we sold the soul of Kenya on this particular deal and the devil has come to collect? Is it that money has been eaten and now they do not know what to do? Maybe they're being told, you know what, now return the money, and they're like, bro, hii pesa tulisha kula, so this facility is coming whether you like it or not. Because those are the speculations we are seeing online. Now Kenya are very good at speculating. President William Ruto set for historic 2-day visit to Finland. It's a state visit. President William Ruto and First Lady Rachel Ruto will undertake a state visit to Finland from June 10th to 11th. So it's a 2-day visit, right? In a trip expected to strengthen bilateral relations, expand trade opportunities, and deepen cooperation on global issues between the two countries. Now, the visit, which will be hosted by Finnish President Alexander Stubb and his spouse Susan Stubb, comes just over a year. I can't pronounce the first part of that name. Comes just over a year after President Stubb paid a state visit to Kenya in May of last year. Now, according to a statement from the office of the President of Finland, the visit will focus on enhancing political and economic cooperation, advancing multilateral reforms, and promoting stronger engagement between Kenya and Finland in international forums. I know a lot of Kenyan students go to Finland to study because I understand study there is free of charge, or at least they're given scholarships. I don't know if it's really free, but I know at least they're given scholarships to go and study there. And lots of Kenyans have gone to Finland and come back and continued to build this great country of ours that is Kenya. So all the best as far as that is concerned. When we have a state visit, what does it mean? Does it mean that Kenya is paying for, okay, for example, when we host people here on a state visit, are we the ones who cover the costs?
No.
So they cover their costs?
Yes.
So when we go to Finland, like we are going now, I don't know, I'm saying we because I'm not there.
No. There's a we there.
So now that we are going to Finland, we are covering those costs?
Yes.
Okay. Si kama venye mgeni kija kwako, you sort them out. They come to your house. They have spent their fuel or their bus fare, whatever means they used to come to your place, even if they use the horse. Wamefika. But you feed them, right?
Yes.
In case they need to spend the night.
Same thing huko.
Unawapatia kitanda?
Same thing huko. You travel at your cost, but ukienda huko zweni mgeni.
Wanakusort.
Yes.
Yeah. Hiyo ndio state visit.
Yeah, state. Sio ile umeenda kutembelea nchi ya wenyewe. No.
Ile unasema, I think I need to go and see President Museveni.
It's called reciprocation. Si brother alikuja? Ati sasa tunaenda.
So akikuja venye tunaenda huko tutapatiwa mankuli. Tushughulikiwe kile kitu.
There's usually an itinerary. So unajua ukifika unalakiwa na fulani, unafanya fulani, una guard of honor fulani, then unaenda kwa museum fulani,
right.
Unaenda unasalimia Wakenya ambao wako hapo,
unaenda kama wako na slums huko, unaenda unaoneshwa hii ndio Kibra.
Yes.
Alafu unafanya ka project, unafungua ka project. Alafu unasema from the people of Kenya.
Yes, then unaenda the equivalent to Masai Mara ya huko. Yes.
Unaoneshwa ile ndio lion.
Yes.
Ule ndio Simba, King Mufasa.
No, hawana lion hao jamaa.
Na unasema tu kwa mfano kama angekuwa nayo.
Yes.
Okay.
Kuna maji mingi pale utaonyeshwa.
Na ice.
Whale ndio hii, dolphin ndio hii.
City tuko na whales hapa Mombasa pia. Kule. Unaonyeshwa za huko.
Yes.
Sawa.
Ushaona whale?
Sijaona.
So unasema tuko na wewe.
Well, we have killer whales.
No, we do. We do actually off Malindi.
We have.
Walitia around wakakuja pale, so watu can see them from time to time.
Tuko na dolphins. Yes, we do have dolphins.
Do we have dolphins or porpoise? Wajua porpoise inafanana na dolphin.
No, we have dolphins.
Huko Malindi.
Najua tu ni coast. Sasa siwezi kuambia ni Malindi, Lamu ama Mombasa, but najua.
Mimi nakwambia.
Because I remember there's a doctor from I think Europe or the US who came to do some research on the dolphins that are found in the East African coast, and they were around the coast of Kenya.
One of the first times when I was visiting Lamu, when I was going to Shella Beach, we were on a boat, and there were this fish swimming next to us, following the boat.
Yes.
At first, I thought they were dolphins. Actually, they're porpoise. That's what I mean, they're porpoise. Yes.
Okay.
But we do see dolphins from time to time.
Yes, we do have dolphins. Yeah.
So then there'll be state dinner. Unaona?
Yes.
Vitu kama hizo.
All right.
Imepangwa.
All right.
Si ati ni wewe uzurue tu vile unataka. No.
Alafu mnakuwa na 1 or 2 3 hours hivi mnaongea na president, mnasema sasa let's have this bilateral exchange. We'll buy your oil, or we'll buy your cows, or we'll buy your dogs.
Ndio hiyo na kuna watu watasign, but this means kuna watu wetu walitangulia. You to fine tune those things, what we're going to do and so forth. Mwambia president akuli samaki. Sawa. So msuri samaki. Okay.
Lakini anapenda kafirifiri.
Anapenda sana.
Na kwanza anapendanga zile zinaitwanga jalapenos.
Yes, ni mzuri sana na yeye. First lady. Yeye.
Mursik.
Anapenda sana. So you need to vitu kama hizo.
Right.
It's a state visit. Put it this way.
Yes.
It simply establishes the wonderful relationship we have with that particular country.
All right.
That's why considering umealikwa. Kuna watu wako umeongea wasema tunakualika kuja.
Unajua vile nimesema hivyo nikakumbuka our president Uhuru Kenyatta when he would go for state visits. What kind of conversations would they have as far as diet is concerned? Anapenda kanyama choma, kafirifiri of course, kachumbari like this. Yeah, alafu pale kwa uji anapenda Sauvignon Blanc. Kabanye.
Mimi bwana hizo vitu sizielewi kabisa bwana.
Wanasema anapenda Macallan 15 year old hiyo ndio utampatia tafadhali. Do not try anything else other than an 18 year old barrel. All right.
Okay. Sawa.
I'll introduce you to this thing, City. Don't worry.
Nisio na wasiwasi.
This one, I got you, man. I got you.
Okay, sawa.
Mashujade, si nilikwambia ni shujaa? Mashujade utanini. Tutakupatia uji specially. Let's do that thing that we call traffic updates.
Traffic.
So today we're going to start with the island of Mombasa. Mombasa is not looking bad at this particular hour at 29 minutes past 6 o'clock. Lumumba Drive, New Nyali Bridge, huko kote inakaa ni kama inasonga tu sawa. Nkuruma Road as well, that place is grey. Dedan Kimathi Avenue. You know, when I see a road being grey, I assume that there's absolutely no one on this road. Not even a single motorcycle. Not even a bicycle, which I refuse to believe that a road can be this empty. But it is. Ganjoni area also looking good. Moi Avenue not looking bad at all. a few spots of green, of course. Ukiangalia kule kwa Kiziwi, Luther Wather Street, Tononoka, Kaloleni, Kikowani. Then we also go to Links Road. Now this is on the main continent of Africa. Kengeleni Bell, a little bit of traffic there, but it's a yellow line. It's moving quite well. Then as you head towards Voice of Kenya, Flamingo Hotel and beyond, also not looking bad at all. Links Road, like I told you, as you're heading towards the same Nyali Center, is looking good. So let me see. Okay, so there's a place called Mamburi as well. A little bit of traffic there. You guys are moving quite well. No delays at all. Malindi Road, as you're heading towards Malindi, not looking bad. Old Shimolatewa Road is very much grey. That means no one is on the roads at all. Let me look at the South Coast. South Coast, this road, what's the name of this
South
road?
Coast, is there really any traffic on the South Coast?
Likoni Ukunda Road, that place is grey. Only one strip, which I think is less than a kilometer of green. So I don't know what's happening in Mombasa, but you guys, it's like you've decided today you're not doing nothing. All right, let's check out Nairobi County. Nairobi County, where is Nairobi? Oh yeah, here we are. So Nairobi County, I'm looking at a map of Nairobi. Let me start with Ruiru. Ruiru, you guys are moving quite well if you're heading towards Nairobi. But if I go back towards Kiambu, to be specific, Thika, this place is looking absolutely good because the road is green. That means that traffic is moving around that particular area. If you're heading towards Landless in Thika as well, not looking bad. Coming or going. Now, if you get to Ruiru beyond, coming towards Kenyatta University, also a little bit of traffic at Githurai for 445, but everything else after that is moving quite well. There's a huge snarl up at Muthaiga, that place from Utalii Hotel heading towards Pangani. But beyond that, things are moving. If we come to the CBD through Murang'a Road, everything is looking good. Green. That means the traffic is moving quite well. Not a single spot of yellow or red. The Nairobi Expressway, that is Mombasa Road, also green. You guys are moving quite well. Ring Road. Which ring road is this one? Westlands. Not looking bad at all. So that means Wayaki Way as well. You guys are moving. James Gishuru Road, getting into Olenguroni is looking fantastic. If you see something on the roads I need to know about, please let me know. Ngong Road, a few spots of red as you're heading towards the CBD, but those are just the spots where you have got to wait for traffic to interchange. Right now though, let's get into the newspaper review. The Star newspaper front page says, why Somali vote shaping as game changer in Ruto 2027 two-term bid. This one is on pages 4 and 5. They are saying that the president has employed multi-pronged tactic to woo the region. If this region decides to vote for President Ruto 150%, by the I would understand, because lately, for the last 4 years actually, the president has been in and out of those counties, and he has done very many projects for them, from the roads to the stadium, to the airports, to the water. What are they called? The wells, not the wells. The boreholes. Yes, these guys have actually enjoyed this particular regime, this Kenya Kwanza government, and I'm happy for them, because for a very long time, man, even the way they're talking, these guys are happy. So as far as the northeastern region is concerned, all the best. Watu wako 150% two term, na sidhani unaweza watoa hapo saizi, because when you speak to them, they're telling you, bro, we are seeing roads for the first time in our counties, we are seeing water for the first time, we're seeing electricity for the first time in our counties. And by the way, it's like a child with a new shiny toy. You cannot convince that child that the person who brought them that toy is a bad person, even if that person is the devil incarnate. You cannot. So I'm happy for the people of this particular region. US House team opposes Ebola quarantine project. Hayai, kumeharibika.
Wow.
Kumefanya nini? Kumeharibika. Or what our brothers from Central region would say, nekwaho kamani. So what does this mean? US House team opposes Ebola quarantine project. So if they have opposed, does that mean that the president of the US, that is Donald J. Trump, has got to take back the money that he gave us.
Has he given us the money?
13.5 M?
No, it has been stated that is the amount that will be required. Has it been given?
I don't know.
It is the House that determines mambo ya budget. Hii ndio parliament yao. Unaona hiyo?
Yes.
National Assembly. Wakikataa, pesa itoke.
President Trump usually finds ways of
yes,
advancing his agenda.
If he has a majority in the House, he will be able to. But if he doesn't, hiyo pesa haitoki. Na hiyo project pia haitafanywa.
Yes. The reason I'm saying this is because there's actually I don't know if it's CNN or another news agency that wrote on this, or at least reported on this. They were saying that he always finds a way. If the courts block him, he sends his lawyers back to court and they continue the battle. But he always finds a way, either through executive orders, or he finds a way to rename a project, then he puts it either under the Department of Homeland Security, and the project still goes on. Like, he always finds a way. He will try do the whole bulldoze thing. Then of course people will go to court like they do here in Kenya. Then it is blocked. Then he's like, oh, so you've blocked me, eh? He just renames the project, puts it under a different department, and it goes on.
For how long?
For as long as he's president.
No. Some of these things will hit a brick wall even before his presidency comes to an end. You can't swim against the tide continuously and expect that you're going to win. You know that tide, it's continuous. It's you who will get tired.
Yes.
Yes. He's been preceded by presidents who have thought that they could get away with all manner of things. Nobody ever does.
Yeah.
Not really.
True. Court to rule on Utumishi 9 probe teams time appeal. What am I reading? Court to rule on Utumishi 9 probe teams time appeal. Oh, okay. So there was heavy security at the Naivasha Law Court yesterday as 9 students linked to the deadly Utumishi Girls Academy dormitory fire were arraigned. The fire, which broke out last week on Thursday at the school in Gilgil, Nakuru County, claimed the lives of 16 students. 7 others were admitted to Kenyatta National Hospital with burn injuries, and the prosecution is seeking to detain the students for 30 days pending the completion of investigations. 30 days? What are they investigating for 30 days? Okay. Shame of using pieces of mattress as sanitary towels. For many girls using a sanitary pad, are we having these problems in 2026?
Yes, we're having these problems in 2026. Read on.
For many girls, using a sanitary pad is a routine part of life, but for 13-year-old Somoy Abdullahi, which is not her real name, from Marsabit County, it remains a luxury she can only dream of. Unable to afford sanitary towels, Somoy cuts pieces from an old blanket and uses them during her monthly periods. While the makeshift solution helps contain the flow, it does little to ease her anxiety. Every month, she lives in fear of staining her school uniform. 2026, 47 women reps, countless other nominated female senators.
Billions sent to counties.
Countless other elected members of parliament as women, and we are still having issues of sanitary towels. Mimi, by this one I do not understand. Like if there's one thing, if our a man rep, if there's such a whatever term, kuna vitu ningekwanga in charge. If I was a woman rep, if I was a woman rep, I kuna vitu kama hizi in my county, I'd rather even take that whole ngaff and just put it there and say, guys, I will do nothing else. Hiyo ngaff yote, I don't know how many millions they're usually given. Some counties have 3 million, others have got 20 million, whatever amount. In my county, I'll just say, you know what, mademu wote wapatiwe pads. If that's the only thing I'll do, then so be it. We cannot be talking about sanitary towels in 2026. I don't understand how this is an issue.
The discussion actually isn't about sanitary pads.
Yeah.
The discussion is about the disgusting nature of those who seek public office and how they neglect the very people who elect them.
Yeah.
All this money flowing through our system and in the counties, and such a story can find its way into the light.
Yes. Some of our governors are women. What are they doing about this? Mimi sielewi how.
No, it's this Marsabit thing.
Yeah.
The population of Marsabit is not anything to jump up and down about. They're not many. You know, there are things which leave you tongue-tied.
Ndio nasema in 2026 we are still
Ini
in this
nini sasa
conversation.
hii?
As in sielewi. Our members of parliament what including the men wangetaka hii kitu tunashindanga tukisema we need a factory to build these things. How long would it take to just set up a factory?
They're actually not interested in ensuring that this thing is sorted out. They're not. The usual nonsense that we are taken through, where people pay lip service, talk very dramatically, emphatically. Haki baadaye wakishamaliza hiyo, nothing is done.
It's a wrap.
Kwisha. If you think or you anticipate that something may actually be done about it, you're dreaming.
Engineer who helped shape the country's renewable energy. This story is on page 14 to 15. They're talking about wind power. Then bar and campus ban. State tightens grip on university operations. Bar and campus ban. What are they? What are they talking about? Wanasema nini stories za campus na bar? Ile bar ya pombe. Bar wanasema nini? Yes. Bar and campus ban. State tightens grip on varsity operations. Universities operating from Nairobi's central business district and other town centers could be forced to relocate, restructure or significantly scale down operations under sweeping new regulations. Now, the draft universities regulations of 2026 published by the Ministry of Education and the Commissioner for University Education seek to tighten oversight of campuses. It also raises quality standards, including banning universities from operating near bars. Oh my goodness. Near bars, nightclubs, casinos, brothels and lodgings. If adopted, the rules could fundamentally alter the establishment of satellite campuses. Now, the model has seen public and private universities establish branches in commercial buildings across major towns over the past 2 decades.
Okay, so what happens if you establish the satellite campus? Another time you set it up.
Yes.
There is no bar, there is no brothel, there is no nightclub. And then the nightclubs come along. What do?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because that building is owned by an individual, or it's owned by an entity. It's owned by whoever owns it.
And they're in business.
Then these people want to be tenants.
Yeah.
What will you do?
And no one advertises a brothel, eh?
No, that one is advertised by word of mouth.
No, around the city, especially the city of Nairobi, they're advertised as massage parlors.
Massage parlor.
Yes, but the image of the lady who's doing that massage, you wonder how this woman is going to do a massage dressed like that. Haujaona adverts za massage parlors?
Naziona kila mahali. Sasa mimi, what I'm wondering, Paul, what has that dress got to do with them?
Exactly. And then the kind of things they write on that particular poster or billboard, and you're looking and you're wondering, what kind of massage is this? Because the way they're explaining it, I don't think this is a massage. But anyway, so brothels and bars next to campuses. You see, the problem really, I don't think, is about having these things close to the campuses. Yesterday we were talking about our morality and our moral standards and many other things that are thrown in between there. Because we have churches even sometimes next to those campuses. People still don't go to church.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
They pass those churches on their way to classes. They still don't go to church.
Yes. We have churches and mosques within universities. But when you go there, sometimes they are as empty can be on Sundays. And on Fridays when people are supposed to be at the mosque. So this is a conversation. I don't know. Maybe it was advised by some kind of research they did. I don't know. I could be wrong on that. So wacha tuone. But for me, it doesn't make sense. When I was in KU, kulikuanga na kitu ilikuwa inaitwa student center. Nyinyi mlikuwa na student center ya KU?
Hata kulikuwa na cinema hall.
Yes. Na kulikuwa hiyo student center, they used to sell alcohol.
Yes.
And it was at a subsidized price.
Yes.
We actually used to buy that alcohol at the same price that the army barracks folks buy.
Can I ask you a question?
DEFCO, yes.
That bookshop, was it still there?
Yes, it was.
And books were subsidized? I still remember that bookshop well.
The alcohol at Kenyatta University was being sold at the same price people buy alcohol at
the barracks.
Wakati ilikuanga AFCO.
Yes, it is. It's still called AFCO.
No, it's called DEFCO now. Defense Forces Canteen Organization. Okay. Before that, it was Armed Forces Canteen Organization. So it's now called DEFCO. But yes, ilikuanga bei ya AFCO. It was subsidized.
And it did not prevent students from learning, did it?
No. People graduated. Yes. With first class honors, actually.
Yes. And the bar was just where it was.
Kwanza, I remember there's a time Professor Mugenda, once in a while she would pass by there and she would just ask, how many are you here? And I was given a head count. Alafu anasema kila meza ipatiwe mbili of whatever you have. And she goes on her business.
She must have been a popular VC.
Oh, she was. Well, people still went on strike. I don't think your popularity will stop or propagate a strike. No, Strikes will happen regardless.
No, popularity has a lifespan.
But yeah, once in a while, and not just her, every other deputy vice chancellor, once in a while, hata yeye mwenyewe alikuwa anakuja hapo, anasema nipatie ile. Alafu hapa ni wangapi wako? Ile meza wanakunya, ile wanakunya, wapatie two of whatever it is they're taking, analipa, and life goes on. Yeah. Also, Kibaki would do that because Kibaki came there twice. He would just come and find students there and say, munajibaba tu. Haya kila mtu apewe. Apewe. Sometimes he would buy out the entire bar.
Seriously?
The entire thing. Kuja anasema anauza stock hapa ni how much? Toa pesa anaenda zake. Life inaendelea. The Standard. So hii historia at your burning bars, I don't know, man.
I don't think I understand what it's going to achieve.
The brothels they can ban because students anyway, they will still take those ladies back to their dormitories. So
let me ask you,
I don't know what they are doing.
I fail to understand that conversation completely.
You think students need a brothel?
No.
They do not need a brothel.
No, they don't.
They just need cover.
Yes.
It could be the cover of darkness, yes, or the cover of a street corner. They honestly do not need a building.
No.
So these things they're saying, sijui they want to ban brothels, sijui they want to ban sijui bars. My friend, these things will happen one way or another. Standard newspaper, front page. Take them home. Some of America's leading public health experts have joined growing criticism on the Ebola quarantine center in Kenya as the opposition, courts, and activists set up their resistance. Former CDC officials, infectious disease physicians, and epidemiologists have warned U.S. leaders that sending Ebola-exposed Americans to Laikipia would be a dangerous break from long-standing medical practice, raising profound clinical, ethical, operational, and legal concerns. As President William Ruto defends the deal, the experts say citizens ought to be treated in the U.S. or at the source of infection. The entire story is on page 2.
You know what I wonder is, what are we debating? Do we even know what? You see,
yes.
What is it that the president agreed to?
And that is why the court compelled the CS to tell us.
Yes. What are the details of this agreement?
If you check out CNN's Instagram and TikTok pages, because I was actually checking them last night, there's a specific video I watched of a young boy. This boy is about, I think the boy is 12 years old. He's just on the onset of showing Ebola symptoms. His mouth has got blisters. So it's confirmed that he has Ebola. And they were just following his journey from when he was admitted. And I can tell you, Sitimuga, you do not want that thing in this country. Whether it's a quarantine facility that will have people brought in, we would want a quarantine facility for our own preparedness, for sure. But you do not want anyone exposed, suspected of, or having that disease in this country.
You know, Paul,
yeah,
why you don't see me engaging in this discussion is because I don't know what I'm engaging in.
Yeah.
What exactly am I discussing?
You do not have details of anything.
I don't. All I've heard is that there is a quarantine facility that's supposed to be built at the Nanyuki Air Base. Full stop. The details of what it is supposed to do, I do not know. So as far as I'm concerned, when the details emerge, then I will be able to discuss this thing in a far more useful way. As of now, I will listen to whatever people are saying and say, okay, I've heard, and I'll leave it at that.
Hiyo kitu hatuitaki hapa. Personally, wacha tu niseme sasa.
No, that point you made on Monday, and the thing is, you've been consistent. You haven't budged.
That thing. If you just go check out CNN if you have the time. You do not want that thing.
Paul, I do understand what Ebola does.
Yeah.
I also know the ravages that it causes. I am aware. The problem with Ebola is the optics of the disease when it is full blown. It is horrific. That is the scary bit.
Yeah.
Just like the skeletal features of people who are HIV positive or who are...
Oh, yeah, back in the day.
Back in the day, people who are the fourth stage, it was scary.
Yeah.
The thing about it, with HIV, it was realized that after a point, it stops being a deterrent. Because people then become fatalistic.
Yeah.
Say, kama zinikufa.
Yeah.
Bas.
Titaenda.
Yes. So the entire conversation had to be changed.
Yeah.
Yes. You can't scare people into taking ARVs. You can't scare people into not having sex.
Yes.
You can't scare people into stop being careless. You have to find a completely new conversation to ensure that you actually achieve what you want.
And that is now where communications experts get in.
Yes. And the thing about HIV is we knew what we're talking about.
Yeah.
You knew exactly what you're talking about. There were things you didn't know, and that's why the research was ongoing. But what you knew, and you applied it to the conversation. This one. Let me look at the Business Daily.
I have let you.
Company sponsored medical covers in pain. Patients on company-sponsored insurance covers are bearing higher costs of their hospital bills through co-payment after medical bills jumped 13% last year. Why?
13% is a lot.
Don't joke.
13% is a lot.
Don't joke.
Yeah.
Cheaper deposits lift banks' pre-tax profits 13.6% to 13.6% to 83 billion shillings. The cumulative pre-tax profits for commercial banks operating in Kenya for the 3 months ending March rose by 13.6%, riding on cheaper deposits. Meaning you are being paid less for your deposits. Hiyo ndio maana yake.
Yeah.
Okay? Bolt dispels rumors of Kenya's exit amidst fight with riders. Bolt has dismissed claims it plans to exit the Kenyan market next week amid ongoing tensions between the ride-hailing firm and its motorcycle riders over fares and earnings. PayPal freezes blocks Kenyan accounts on dirty cash fears. Global payment giant PayPal has frozen money in an unknown number of Kenyan accounts and permanently banned other users over failure to prove their employment and residential details.
Where? Yeah, they're trying to curb money laundering.
Ndio hiyo. Nataka kuwekea break.
Hey, these international laws now are crazy.
Those who are hell-bent also on breaking these laws will find ways of going around it.
If you're just receiving money and it's suspect, the sources are suspect, my friend, they freeze that money.
Yep.
Yeah.
New formula dims hope of June diesel prices cut. Consumers will miss out on the benefits of the fall in global fuel costs during the 15th June review of diesel, petrol and kerosene pricing after Kenya changed the formula for calculating imported petroleum.
Okay, this formula, so it's public now. Do we know?
The formula has been known for some time. What I don't understand is why that formula, not another one.
So why has it changed?
I don't know. Let me read.
But Siti, as you read, the formula, so for example, Pythagoras' theorem has never changed. It is a half base times height. Why is EPRA changing theirs now?
That half base plus height isn't working. So maybe it's a quarter base. This one is not times height. Now it's probably plus height.
Why do these guys keep on inventing formulas? And I know the comparison might not make sense, but still, If you knew from the very beginning, this is how we shall be calculating our fuel prices. Why are you changing a half base times height?
Kwa sababu so, hiyo height huoni kama inakusaidia sana. Imported cargo shipped in the country between May 10th and May 31st will be priced based on the average global cost of diesel, petrol, and kerosene in April, the new formula indicates. But I'm just reading it. I'm not indicating that I understand it.
Okay.
All right. Shipments that arrive between June 1st and June 9th will be based on the average prices of May. Under the old formula, shipments that arrived between May 1st and May 14th would have been based on the average April prices and May prices for cargo brought in between May and April. If you've heard me reading this, please ignore everything I have read, because I personally do not understand what I've just read. I honestly don't understand what I've said.
Yeah.
Yes, but in short, the pain that you're feeling with your fuel will continue. Kwa ufupi.
It's bad.
Yeah, even that 10 shillings that they said they're going to reduce it by.
Hi. See, the president told us that this coming cycle of June, July, what are reducing at 10 bob?
Yes, but we've been told when we've read the Business Daily that there's a global index that is used, okay?
Yes.
But as we're mixing it up, we're using that one if the fuel came in between this period and the other period. However, if it came in between this other period and this other period, we are basing it on an average of what we used the other month. So if you understand what I'm saying, then you will understand everything that has been said. If you don't understand, then you and I are in the same boat, because even I don't understand it.
You know, I'm actually laughing at our very bad situation, because this is definitely going to affect me.
Oh, yes, it is.
But I can't cry, and I won't cry.
Bwana. Sasa, wacha tuangalie to nation.
Carry on.
Ruto, I allowed US to bring Ebola patients. Okay, you did. Why don't I just leave that one to end there?
We're in trouble, City, we're in trouble.
Right. Rising oceans, this is a better story. Swallows Kenya's coastline. This is a story on page 10. I have a minute. I'm going to use that minute to look at this particular story. Some farming communities living near the ocean have been forced to move elsewhere in recent years after salt water invaded their land. Every few weeks, when he can spare some money, Chairo Chome returns to the edge of the land with local masons to add another layer of wall he knows may never be enough to stop the ocean from creeping into his compound. My goodness. Do you know what this means?
What does it mean?
Global warming. Because Babu,
yes,
when oceans rise, it means the ice caps are melting.
For sure.
Yeah.
They are also saying that this mountain of ours called Mount Kenya might lose all its ice caps by 2030.
Oh, it has lost quite a good proportion of it.
Yeah.
Have you ever climbed Mount Kenya?
No, I haven't.
Well, I have.
I've been to the foot, though.
No, that's good enough. At least you've been there. Me, I've actually climbed it.
Yeah.
Up to Lanana Point. And yes, I the last time I climbed it, I've climbed it 3 times.
Yes.
It was clear that ice was melting.
Yes.
Because the previous times, because I climbed at an interval of something like 5 years, there was a lot. You could see the snow, the ice. The third time, that snow wasn't there. There was ice, though.
Yes.
Which made it dangerously slippery.
Okay.
Yes.
That thing is disappearing at an alarming rate. They are saying by 2030 it might not be there. And here's the worst part about it disappearing completely. That ice actually provides a lot of water for many of our rivers, rather.
Oh, yes, it does.
And if those ice caps disappear, that means rivers will dry up. That means farming and drinking water for a lot of Kenyans will also disappear with it.
Global warming.
Global warming it is.
And some people also tell us that global warming doesn't exist.
Oh, yes. Chief among them is the President of the United States of America, DJ Trump. As we get into the news, shout out to Kagema Mudhami. You're saying morning, gents. Douglas Kibogong saying, Paul, have seen any growth of weed growing below a blue gum tree? Yeah, those ones don't grow because of what you said, allelopathy. Yes, when a tree produces chemicals that kills off competition. Sometimes whether kills off pests or even other plants so that they do not compete for the same resources. Sometimes it will produce chemicals to kill pests that come to feed on it.
So you are saying that trees understand chemical warfare?
Actually, they do, yes. Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yeah. Some of these caterpillars, for example, or insects that come to feed on their leaves, when they release that saliva as they're feeding on the leaves take that saliva. They have, and I want you to visualize this, they literally analyze the saliva of that particular animal to the level of DNA, and then they produce a chemical that will attract this animal's enemy. So it could attract like a bird to come and feed on this particular caterpillar or insect that is feeding on it. And it takes anything from 2 to 3 hours to even several days. But I can assure you, after a while, that tree will produce that chemical that will attract the insect, or rather the enemy, the prey, the predator, to come and feed on this particular insect. That is allelopathy.
Allelopathy.
Yes. Or sometimes...
Do you know I have learned something new today?
Or sometimes it will produce chemicals that will stop other plants from growing around it so that they do not compete for the same resources. Obviously, that is water, sunshine, so water, sunshine, or nutrients from the ground.
Human behavior fits in perfectly with what you've just described. Nature is the same.
Oh, yes. There you have it.
Allelopathy.
Allelopathy.
Okay.
Here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The government has identified 12 counties as being at high risk of an Ebola outbreak and has stepped up measures to prevent the virus from entering the country. Public Health Principal Secretary Mary Muthoni says no Ebola case has been confirmed in Kenya, although 22 suspected cases have been tested. Health officials have increased screening and surveillance at the border entry points as Uganda's Ebola cases continue to rise.
We still do not have any reported confirmed Ebola virus disease case. We have a total of suspected Ebola virus disease samples that have been tested, which is 22 as at this morning, and all of them have turned negative.
A Naivasha court is considering a request by prosecutors to detain 9 students linked to the Utumishi Girls Academy fire for 30 more days. Investigators say they need more time to gather statements from key witnesses who are now in different parts of the country. The fire, which occurred on May 28th in Gilgil, killed 16 students, while 7 others remain hospitalized at the Kenyatta National Hospital with burn injuries. Kikuyu Member of Parliament Kimani Ichung'wah has asked Kenyans not to politicize Parliament's National Prayer Breakfast. The majority leader in the National Assembly said the event is a regular part of the Parliament's calendar and should not be connected to the Utumishi Academy tragedy. Ichung'wah added that prayer remains important as the country reflects on the safety and the well-being of children.
It is not enough, Honorable Speaker, today to just point fingers at each other. No, I heard somebody say that Parliament was praying when there was a fire in the school, Honorable Speaker. I know it's also reckless of anybody, whether you're in the media or you are a leader in whatever sphere, to claim that Parliament was praying at a time our children were burning in school, Honorable Speaker. The National Prayer Breakfast is something that rests in our calendar in Parliament. It is known. It is a set date.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki says Kenya is investing heavily in data systems to improve security, planning and national development. He said reliable data is essential for faster growth and is even more important in the age of artificial intelligence. Kindiki noted that strong data systems help ensure everyone is included in development and prevent inequalities from being carried out into future technologies. He spoke on Tuesday when he officially opened the Global Data Festival 2026 in Nairobi.
We have to stop seeing data as merely something useful and start treating data in national data systems as core development infrastructure, like roads and power and hospitals and schools. Because the same way roads, schools, hospitals, energy utilities are visible, while data and data systems may not be as visible.
2 Mozambican men have been killed in Mossel Bay, South Africa, according to Mozambican officials. While Mozambique's government says the deaths were linked to xenophobic attacks, South Africa police say investigations are still ongoing and have not confirmed a motive. The incident comes amid growing tensions in South Africa following recent protests demanding stricter action against illegal migration. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning. How are you doing? Welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. Our guest is in the studio and they're chit-chatting with his good buddy that is Siti Muga. So but before I introduce him, salamu zimfikie someone who's saying Selbakeri mzee wetu na kakangu. Show ibambe hadi tamati, gundi limeshika nyuzi 88.8. Hapa banduki mtu hapa, wacheshi na wazoefu nyie. Sawa, si thank you. Yeah. You thought you knew Kiswahili, City.
No.
Yeah, ulidhani wajua Kiswahili wewe, sivyo?
Mimi bwana.
Sasa wewe umejua hakuna kitu, nothing.
Brother Paulo sijajitambua hivyo bwana.
Naam. Anakuingilia tu kwa sababu pia mimi sikitambui. MC Tonje saying tuning in from Horoni, this is your cousin, eh?
This is my huyo ni backyard yangu.
Your second cousin removed.
Yes. Twice removed.
Yes. All right. Sorry. I was to check also on our YouTube. Kagema Muthama, how are you Muthami? Sorry. So kuna mtu amesema hapa Mbuvi stop lying to Kenyans. What did I say now?
No. So amesema nini?
Okay, Mbuvi, stop lying to Kenyans. In the USA Congress, it is not like here in Kenya. Your script is to try advise the thug, gangster, broker, Kasongo to do the same. Second development is our money, not help from Kasongo.
Okay, so
what did I say?
No. Further, what is he saying?
What did you say about the US Congress anyway, I'm sorry.
No.
I don't know what I said, but I'm sorry.
No, Paul, stop apologizing. That gentleman, if it's a gentleman, should clarify what they're saying. Yes. Because I don't understand what they're saying.
Okay.
Yes. We were merely commenting on what is happening.
Yes.
We said this is what the US Congress has said. Yes.
All right. My take is saying malaria is mainly found in Africa. Ebola pia ni kutoka hapa Africa. Ironically, it's not Africans who give solutions. Instead, Africans run away from the problem for others to come up with solutions. Michael Olande saying good morning, dear friends. Well, good morning to you too, dear Olande. Sawa. Let me now introduce our guest. He's here first of all to talk about the 2027 projection, opposition versus the government. He is a policy and governance expert. It is none other than Professor Alfred Omenya. Prof, good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation.
Good morning, Bobby. Thank you
very
much. Yeah.
I've been told to stop lying to Kenyans about this US Congress thing.
Well, the thing is that I'm a fan of Radio Generation.
Yes.
I just don't come here and generally speaking,
yes,
based on my own independent polls,
yes,
there are really no lies from Radio Generation.
That is why nitambia Edna kuongeza kahawa. You deserve an extra cup. But Prof, welcome back.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure to host you.
Thank you very much, City and Bui.
Just so that we can get this out of the way.
Right.
What exactly did if you have been following up on the story, what exactly did the Congress of the US say about the setting up of that Ebola facility in Laikipia?
No, in fact, I've not followed that up myself.
All right.
Yeah.
So apparently they had their session. I don't know how they conduct it there, but they have also stopped President Trump on their end from setting that thing
setting
here.
it up.
Yeah. So, but I'm sure
which I think is the right thing. Yeah, correct.
But what are your thoughts anyway on this Ebola facility?
No, I think we politicize, or governments, for that matter, politicize epidemics, which is actually quite unfortunate.
Yes.
Yeah, because I think in any event, I mean, what you're talking about is not a matter of national security.
Yes, it is.
And linked with the conversation that we hope to have today, these are matters where we have got governance, very, very clear governance and procedural processes.
Okay.
It is very, very dangerous when it's left to a politician to make decisions around this. And I think the US is totally wrong, in fact, in terms of how Donald Trump went about this, to simply say, we're protecting Americans. So no suspected case would ever get into the US.
Yeah.
And then instead send them to Kenya. Because right therein lies the problem. Because what about Kenya? Don't we need protection?
Right.
As it actually were. And then, of course, our president goes ahead and approves this. And this is not really a matter of botany. Yeah. Which is our president's expertise, nor a matter of politics, as it actually were. This is high-level health issues,
yes,
that have to be looked at quite carefully, very, very carefully. In fact, I'm saying this also, although I sort of spend time working in buildings, but my profession enables me to do quite a bit of work.
Yes.
Currently, as a country, and I'm working on that project. It is now that we are actually trying to get a certified biosafety lab.
Yes.
The first time, level 3, not even the highest is level 5. Yes. Level 3 does not even have the highest level of safety.
Yes.
Currently, we don't have any that is certified. And basically, what that means is that even in the lab, we cannot contain Ebola.
We can't.
Ebola is a level, basically a level 5 type.
It is
type
yes.
type virus, almost same level as COVID as it actually were. Level 3 is now things like HIV/AIDS.
Yes.
There's lung,
avian flu, things like those.
Correct. Yeah. So Ebola is even a higher threat, and we don't have the facilities.
You're right, because I remember one of the units I studied in campus was on biosafety.
Yes, correct.
Because I studied biotechnology.
Yes.
And even at level 5, you're still not guaranteed.
There is still.
Yeah, you are still not guaranteed to contain that particular threat.
And we cannot. And in any event, we don't even have them in the first instance. It would be another issue if we had them and we're doubting our capacity as it actually were. Yeah, so I disagree with both the position that was taken by the US and Kenya, and I agree fully with Congress and those who are actually saying this is wrong.
Yes.
But I think we just need to highlight it that actually it is. I mean, this is a threat. This is a national security threat. If you have to look at it from that perspective, and you cannot just casually say, "Fine, I mean, you'll bring in patients into this country who are a threat to the US."
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Kenyans were saying, if it is not good for the US, then it's not good for us.
Exactly.
One of the questions that Kenyans are asking, and I think it's the most logical one.
Yeah.
Why not just set up that quarantine facility in the DRC? I'm sure there are other places in DRC where the disease hasn't gotten to.
Correct.
Where you can set up that quarantine and still be able to contain it within the country of origin.
Yes, exactly. I think that I'm saying that it seems to be all about politics, where for some reason, I mean, Trump, who reasons in a pretty interesting way, is trying to appease the Americans, while at the same time projecting the US as a weak, literally a weak country. Because the reason why the Americans have been going to these dangerous places and going back to the US is because the US has always been seen, and we believe so, that they have the most sophisticated systems anywhere on earth to deal with anything. Yeah, so when you're saying that, no, these fellows are a threat to the US, you're sort of confirming to us that even you guys are actually just as weak as we are. It's only that we didn't know.
The Iran war exposed their soft underbelly.
Totally.
Because of what, I mean, everyone thought that they would just get into Iran, bomb the place, install a new leader in maximum 1 week. Exactly. And we forget Iran and we move on to other things.
You remember movie
it's been 3 months.
In primary school, the big bully syndrome.
Yes.
Yeah, this guy who, on account of mere size, would terrorize everyone. And then there's always a part. I mean, I don't want to tell this story here because the guy is since reformed. But we had this very big guy in school who was a terror to everyone. And then there was now the other one I can say because he was a hero in the story. Yeah. There was a small Turkana boy called Kokoi, and this fellow came and he beat up everyone. Then he went to beat Kokoi.
Yes.
And little did he know that Kokoi was actually first Kokoi fought him off, and gave the guy a kick, and the guy landed down. Came attacked the guy again, and of course he had his cheerleaders who came now to say, "Oh no!" They surrounded the guy, said, "We are going to finish this boy."
Right.
And they really tried to finish the boy. So later on, they come to the dome at night. So this hooliganism was always there. So they come to the dome at night, and they attack Kokoi. They didn't know that the young Turkana boy had actually carried a sword. So it was a spectacle, seeing an entire group of very fat, big boys
running away
for safety.
That must have been a spectacle indeed.
That is US, the big bully.
Yeah, interesting.
That one of the things about the US Congress, they have a House Committee on Foreign Affairs. Just House, we have committees of Parliament. They also do.
Yes.
They are the ones who are actually questioning Trump, and they're asking, what is the logic of building this facility in another country?
Correct.
When we have both the capacity and the ability to treat our own citizens and the responsibility to treat our own citizens. That is the question that they're asking.
It's more fundamental.
Yes, because in all honesty, why?
Exactly.
When we had the problem in Sierra Leone,
every
American who was a health practitioner who was flown to the US because they had been infected were all treated and they all got well
and recovered.
Yes, all. So there's proven there's evidence that the capacity to do so exists.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So that is what they were questioning. They were asking, why exactly then do we have this situation where we're asking this question and asking, why must we then build another facility in another country?
In a third country.
I mean, and everyone would ask, what is it that, because conspiracy theorists now online are asking, what is it that America knows about this Ebola virus that we do not?
It is a fair question. But more significantly, you must remember that their president is a politician.
Yes, he is.
Thank you.
His popularity is beginning to wax and wane.
Correct.
He has to do things that will win back the sort of popularity he has among a certain sector of the population that he has.
Correct.
And he understands this population that he's appealing to.
Correct.
He understands them very well. And he understands the things he needs to say. He understands the gestures he needs to make.
Yes.
And he understands how they will interpret the gestures. So whatever he is doing has nothing to do with us.
Exactly.
It has to do with his people and the supporters whom he relies on.
This is the same president who feels like he deserves a third term because the first term was interrupted, according to him.
Thank you. It is interrupting the whole world. It's not just causing a problem in the US.
Yes.
And, but you see, I think it's a big challenge that we have amongst politicians.
Right.
Now I'm starting to believe that we only have two types of politicians.
Okay.
We have one group of politicians that have what I call the Messiah syndrome. They're all knowing.
Yeah.
They're here to solve all problems, imagined and real. they imagine themselves that they're all powerful, and so on, and they don't listen to anybody.
Yeah.
And Trump belongs there, and occasionally our president also belongs there. Then the presidents, who I would call them almost like executives, they're workers, number one. They try to follow the rule of law. They try to run and govern a country the best way they know how.
Like Obama?
Like Obama, for example, I think was in there.
Like Kibaki?
Like Kibaki, and a few others. You know, and you can actually see that those sort of presidents project a human face. They project weakness sometimes. Sometimes they get exasperated. Say, even we have not figured out how to deal with this issue.
So we see some vulnerability somewhere.
Exactly, and then of course they understand that the entire civil service and actually indeed the entire government is there at their disposal to help them do things.
Okay.
So they're not knee-jerk reaction type presidents, and they don't create stupid projects all over the place. Wherever they go, you are creating an Ebola center in Kenya and so on. And worse still, I mean, that particular group are notorious for creating problems that don't exist. Honestly,
Okay.
Like the Iran issue was a problem we didn't have, and it's been forced on us so much just by a president who actually I don't think even has Messiah syndrome. I think he thinks he's greater than God.
God complex.
No, there's
Yeah.
a word. It's called megalomania.
He's a proper megalomaniac.
Yes. You see, if you look at the history of America, if you're starting the previous century in the 60s and so forth, and what they were doing in Latin America.
Right.
Yes.
When you think about it, it actually defies logic in this sense.
Exactly.
How do you support somebody who is not only a dictator, but is a vicious, cruel individual?
Correct.
Who is killing his own citizens by droves? Okay? And then you are surprised that he's overthrown
Yes.
through a violent revolution.
Yes.
Okay? And that the people who then take power are now socialists.
Yes.
Why are you surprised?
Exactly.
Because you represent the very thing that they were fighting against.
Exactly.
So they cannot agree with you, neither can they side with you. Okay? Now, one would have assumed that they would have learned from this and they would have changed the way they go about their business. It looks like with every generation of president that's in that particular country, you get breaks every once in a while.
Correct.
But
it gets worse.
yeah, but then they get back to factory settings.
what Professor Manyoro was calling stopgap.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Daktari, Professor, what are your thoughts on this issue of Utumishi Girls Fire?
The Utumishi Girls Fire. Let me start by saying that I've been a member of a number of boards of schools, including national schools.
Yes.
And let me also say, without any fear of contradiction, that I withdrew my son from a national school because when I took my boy to this national school, as parents were not allowed to go beyond a particular point, so we had no idea the conditions under which the boys were sleeping.
Yes.
And as fate would have it, as a parent, I joined PTA, and then I'm appointed straight away to represent PTA in the board. So as a member of the board, I had to look at the facilities. And in second term, I withdrew my boy. I just withdrew my boy because what was happening because Utumishi was better.
Yeah.
There were triple deckers in a national school. Then, of course, now they've been outlawed.
Yeah.
There were triple deckers. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. There was no space between the beds, so one boy could roll from one end to the other end. There was basically no space to keep the sandukus. So basically, the sandukus were kept on the short side of the bed, which was facing the corridor.
Yes.
And you can imagine that is where all the kids and the 3 sandukus under one bed. And you could imagine that is where all the kids then changed. And this school had thousands of kids. So they changed that corridor. So you can imagine these naked human beings filling up the corridor, changing before, jumping into the beds and so on. And there was a national school, and I had to just withdraw my son. It was terrible. Now to come to this Utumishi, what we are seeing in Utumishi is a symptom. the government has really increased the number of kids in the schools. And that same government looks the other side in terms of the adequacy of the facilities in the first instance for the kids. So dorms that were, to house 40, 50 kids are now housing 200. Like in Utumishi, they even had beds in the corridors.
Yeah, we saw that, yes.
In fact, part of the problem in Utumishi was just that I mean, the route of escape itself was blocked. Not in terms of the doors, but even in terms of how to
accessing it. Yeah.
Accessing it. So basically, the boarding situation in this country is terrible. It is terrible. In one of the schools where I was chairman of the board, one of my biggest challenge was that every time I built a dorm to decongest, government doubled the number of students that came in. So of course, government is partly the one causing the problem, because we even have a safety committee, within the ministry that goes to these schools.
There's even a safety manual.
There isn't a safety manual, so you wonder what exactly do they look at in the first instance, and I think what I would urge Kenyan parents, even before we blame the Utumishi fellows, we should storm all boarding schools in this country and assess those facilities for ourselves and look at them just in terms of how they work. I'm actually involved currently in design of a prison in Kenya. I must say that actually the two of the schools that I was chairing the board, the boarding facilities in the prison I'm designing are better, far better. In terms of the numbers of whatever, I mean, it's only that, of course, the windows are high, but that's all.
Yes.
Even in terms of access to ablution facilities, they're better. Even in terms of the spacing that is accorded to every prisoner is better. We actually have deplorable conditions around. And of course, the kids are normally quiet about this, and I don't know the actual social background of the Utumishi kids, but remember, I mean, we have kids in Lenana burning a school. We have kids in Rapogi, in Nyanza, and other places. Basically, what has happened is that we have actually, the quality of boarding in this country has totally gone down, and is mainly in two areas, and one of them actually involves health.
Yes,
I can tell you, this particular school I'm talking about, that the kids were so many that for them to bathe, they were bathing in shifts. So the kids were bathing in the evening, and others were bathing in the morning. The hygiene situation was so serious that kids were banned. You'll be punished for playing in the field.
Why?
Because maybe your bathing time is in the morning, so you'll be stinking.
Yes, yes,
yeah. That's how bad it was. Of course, they're also inadequate. So they said the fields was for the school team, and we have a very, very bad situation. I did audit of another national school that had problems, and one of our recommendations was that we should actually have fewer and better boarding schools, and boarding schools should not necessarily be for the privileged or for the ones that have performed well. Boarding schools should be special schools for kids who actually do not have good enough learning conditions at home. But now the problem is that you get Citi's son, you get Buvi's son, you get Omenya's son, and you take them to this boarding school. The quality of life they have now,
yes,
in their homes is actually like 1,000 times superior to what they'll find in the boarding school.
Okay.
Basic things, toilets, there you are. By the way, most of these schools, if you look at them, national, I'm not talking about whatever, they still use long drop toilets. There's no flushing water.
Yeah.
People bathe in, they carry water in basins and stuff like that. There are no showers that, that actually function, and they bathe like a herd of cows.
Yeah.
In groups. In groups. In large groups, there's no privacy.
Yeah.
The quality of food that they eat there is basically worse than the quality of foods they feed on their dogs at home.
Hey.
So what happens? When you take your kids to those schools, the first thing they think about is how to burn the school down.
Yeah.
So the kids have to burn the school down.
The kids are frustrated.
They're actually trapped. They feel trapped because you, as a parent, you're saying you're in a good school. This school produces A's, and the kid may not even realize it that environment is deplorable, and many of them. we also the way we bring up these kids is like, oh, I'm hard, I'm a tough guy. I cannot start complaining about cold water in school.
Surely.
I cannot start complaining about beds. In fact, for them, because that's the only experience they've ever had.
Yes.
For them, that is the norm. That is actually the norm in the schools.
Okay.
Let me say this. After my experience with my son, I decided never to take any of my children to a boarding school until I was convinced by Miss Mulingo of Riara Girls.
Yes.
And took me to the whatever. And my daughter. And took me to their dorms and told me, Omenya, this is just like the quality of spaces you had.
Yes.
Let me tell you my own boarding experience. And why it was impossible for me to ban the place. It's not because we had no access to matches. In fact, we had.
Yes.
But the thing is that
in your time, Professor Menya,
yeah,
did you have children who smoked in school?
we had one, like in the whole school.
Okay.
Yeah, and at some point we thought that the school farm was burning because this chap was smoking.
Can you please go on?
But let me tell you,
you went to this school.
My dorm was like a family.
Okay.
We were then we were 15 people in the dorm. The dorm had 5 cubicles, and we were 15.
So 3 each.
We had 3 each, a single bed and a double bed, and we had lockers. And in this dorm we had Form 1s, we had Form 2s, Form 3s, all the way till Form 6.
Okay.
But during our time there was a gap, so we had Form 1s, Form 3s, Form 2s, like that, all the way to Form 6. And the way it was done was that 3 of these guys were prefects, and they're not from Form 6. For one Form 3 was a prefect, one Form 4 was a prefect, one Form 6 was a prefect. So basically, about half the school are prefects, about a third, and that is roles. And your family, when you arrived there, you were given a Form 3 who took care of you,
yes,
who taught you about the school and so on.
A school father.
Yes, we did our things together. We shared loaves. Each dorm had we had a kettle, we had a heater, we had an iron box that all shared. We had flower beds. And we competed in terms
intending to it.
We competed in terms of which was the cleanest dorm. So we'd scrub our dorm every morning to get the award. And of course, we had awards at the end of the term that included sumptuous meals and cookies and all those sort of things. We had dedicated bathrooms. Yeah. So it's a place we loved. In fact, it's a place every time
you look forward to going back to school.
Every time, I'm telling you. When we're leaving for home, we used to sing this song, "God be with you till we meet again." It was a very sad song. It was in fact a song that is sung in funerals.
Yes.
Yeah. And by then that's how we felt. And for some reason, I mean, the weather also used to be very dull, and cold whenever we're leaving, and you could imagine when you came back and the happiness and stuff like that,
sunny and
and exciting, and you're meeting your brothers and sisters, and we competed against other dorms, and we had all these wonderful things. Yeah, so I think we need to bring back quality boarding. Okay. Otherwise, this matter will not stop.
Sawa.
Do I hear you to be saying that even as we understood as a nation that we had a fast growing population, that when it comes to the education sector, we did not cater for that growing population?
City is something I've thought about a lot more. And the issue really is deeper than that. This issue is the issue where we've been able to live in places like Kibra with no sewer, with no toilets, crowded. We accept. You've traveled around the world. Which countries have slums like the ones we have in this country, honestly? Which one? Maybe some parts of India, that's it. What we call slums in South Africa, would be middle class housing here. The thing is that we've accepted abnormal stuff. We even have NGOs that charge you to poop in those places, and we think it's normal. And that's what's happening in Madari. It's what's happening in Mukuru. It's what's happening in Kibra. It's what's happening in Kangemi. Places where you can't even walk. Children have no toilets, and we think it's okay. And meanwhile, We are getting affordable housing money. Look at it. Meanwhile, we have right to housing. We have right to health. We have right to clean environment. We have right to water in the constitution. Meanwhile, we are collecting money from all Kenyans to give the middle class houses, to give people who are already housed. We think that's okay. We think that's normal. Look at what's happening in the matatu culture. Look at the markets that we go to, honestly. Look at those markets. You see the filth that are in those places. The markets don't even have toilets in the first instance. When it rains, those places are despicable. As a country, we need to decide for ourselves in fact, I always tell people, in Kenya, we normalize the absurd. That's why I believe the Kenyan person is super intelligent. Because a normal human being can't accept this. This requires complex rationalization. Where you rob the dead and you think is okay. Where people, a matatu for 14 people has 80. And we think is normal. Really, where people are selling food on top of filth, everything is normal. So basically, that is what we've taken to our schools. We are creating these bizarre situations in the schools where you got 3,000 kids, and you wonder where do these kids go to? And it's a couple of blocks of dorms, and we think it's normal. This is the problem in this country, that we are a country that, number one, does not care about minimum standards for everyone. We are a country that, sort of everything goes. We don't put our foot down and say, no. This one, and I always tell people, look at the IDPs. When we had the IDPs after post-election violence, Kenya comes and says, no way, our people cannot live in camps like this. Do you know the condition in the IDP camps was better than almost all our informal settlements in this country? And we said we cannot accept that standard. So why are we accepting this sort of nonsense everywhere in this country? Why are we getting places that are not even suitable? In fact, I always tell people that the only things in Kenya that have got adequate living standards is wildlife. Yes, look at the lions. Look at the zebras. Look at the spaces they have. Yeah? Totally protected, green, nice, lush. But the humans of Kenya live on flowing filth. You remember even when you used to get into Mombasa there, we had filth all the way, people were living all the way into the water and using that as the ablution facilities and so on. These are conditions that humans should not live in. In fact, for me, and I told the president that, for me, I wished we used our money for affordable housing to ensure that the people of Kenya, including our children in schools, have got basic minimum standards housing. We're only saying that as a human being, there's a minimum space you require. It cannot be that minimum space is just the space that your body occupies. You also have a personal private bubble, maybe 1 meter around you. These kids in boarding schools are packed like sausages, honestly. Those are things that, government would just go in there and say, no, you guys... In fact, a lot of it is just reducing capacity, incidentally. It's to come and say, okay, fine, you have 3,000, we've looked at your facilities, cut your numbers to 1,000. You'll be able to have, those sort of...
the ones if you have 3,000 and you remove 2,000, where do you take the 2,000?
The thing is, you can also not rely on schools that were built in 1901 by colonialists, and you purport to be independent, and you're sending prisoners to police to Hawaii, Haiti, and CT. You spend 4 billion to host Madaraka Day in Mandera. Really, we must get our priorities right. We can build the schools. We have the money. Right. We have the money. This same government we are talking about. When last did government build the so-called government schools?
I think the last one was built during President Kenyatta. Yeah. President Moi's era.
Exactly.
Yes.
Actually, no. Utumishi.
We need to be expanding
was built in 2019.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Utumishi was built in 2019.
And that was very unusual.
Well, yes. If you consider the person who more or less inaugurated the school was at that point in time the deputy.
That was Mbugua, correct?
It was Mbugua, yes. So the vast majority of students who are actually in that school are children of people who are in the police service.
Yes, correct. Correct.
Okay. Again, so we are in agreement that the government has failed. Successive governments have failed.
Correct.
To meet the needs of the growing population.
Exactly.
With regards to schools. And it's like they have abrogated their duty and allowed private enterprise.
Exactly.
To cater for the needs of education.
And remember, by then the private enterprise, when you look at private enterprise, we normally just look at it in terms of high-end private schools.
Yes.
But remember, we also have slumlords and slum schools.
Yes, we do.
That are private.
We do.
And they're no better than these Utumishi.
No, some are even worse.
Exactly. Yeah. Some, in fact, at least to be fair to government, most government schools have minimum size of land. So at least the kids can play. Some of these private ones, there's one that collapsed here in Dagoretti.
It was called Precious Talent.
Yes, Precious Talent.
Yes.
Precious Talent did not even have space for teachers and kids to walk, leave alone play.
Yeah. What I often wonder is how such an institution gets licensed.
Exactly.
Because there are minimum standards.
Exactly.
It is understood.
Correct.
And yet there is an inspectorate.
Yes.
People who are supposed to ensure
right
that all the laid down procedures are followed.
You know, CT, you are saying something very interesting. For me, even as we arraign the kids from Utumishi, everybody in the inspectorate should be arraigned. Yes. Whenever we have these issues, all those guys in the inspectorate should be arraigned.
I'm in agreement.
And the question we should be asking, we are paying you to ensure the minimum standards. Did you inspect this school? If you inspected the school, what were your recommendations? Were they implemented? Because this is the one that we never train our eyes on. We are always blaming the teachers. And if you look at it, a lot of those teachers have no choice. Because you come in, you tell government that you've got a space for 100 kids, government gives you 500.
What are you supposed to
do? As a principal, what can you do? Do you actually send the kids away? Let me tell you, City, a personal story. I became dean, the founding dean of Technical University. Technical University used to be Kenya Polytechnic, had about 4,000 students. And in our ambition to expand without expanding facilities, the numbers were pushed to 18,000.
Hey. What?
Yes, that little place.
What were the numbers before?
4,000.
18,000.
By the way, Technical University, we used to have a problem walking. That was the level of crowding.
Yeah.
So, of course, in my department, my school was protecting the numbers because we are also subject to other standards and so on. And I put my foot down. I said, these are the facilities that we had. We even built a new building there for the School of Built Environment.
In that space, where did you find space to build a new building?
Some of the spaces they're using for walking. We did that. And in 2012, the year 2012, I was a relatively young professor in the country, very happy with myself. I was dean, and I resigned from Technical University.
Why?
Because I told the Vice Chancellor that I'm not convinced. I am not convinced that you have the requisite facilities to actually run the school that I'm heading. And I told them before that if we don't meet these particular basic standards,
yes,
I cannot oversee such a school. And there's a guy whose name I'll not say. He asked me in the executive that, Professor, supposing we don't meet the standards, what will you do? And I told him I would resign. And the guy laughed at me. He told me, young man, we've seen very many people like you. Yeah, these things are easier said than done.
Unajuana mjuaji.
Yeah. So I discussed this with the Vice Chancellor. It was very clear that the numbers were not going to come down, and I was not convinced that we were actually able to offer the quality that we're going to offer. And I tendered my resignation. Of course, what I did was to do a copy of the letter and take it to the gentleman who said that it could not be done. And I told him my friend, I'll not say his name here, it can be done.
And I have done it.
And I've done it. I've resigned. Yeah.
Prof, yeah, sorry, you wanted to conclude on that?
So basically, that's what I'm saying, that we actually need people who appreciate bare minimum standards and who enforce them. And also, just like we're saying, sometimes you find these guys at the top there, you also sympathize with them because they're compelled by this big system that works. And on the other hand, like my friend was telling me there, the attitude is that, but Omenya, you need the job. So you just stay, despite the fact that, you don't actually agree with things. And many people in the country can say, at least for me, I was an architect. I was very happy to go and practice. And I just left the university. And I left the university for 10 years. A good 10 years. Yeah. Even I resigned totally. Yeah.
Prof, you said something earlier on about celebrations. Do you think we should abolish celebrating public holidays? Like just have Madaraka Day without the razzmatazz of the stadia or the showing off of those things that we do, especially on days like Jamhuri, where we have planes flying across.
You see, the thing is that myself, I'm really not against celebrating anything, be they birthdays, be they whatever. But I think we need to just get our priorities right. I would liken this with and for me this is very, very deep. This is extremely deep movie, and it means a lot to me. And it's the way I was brought up. When I got married, and I was getting married in a Baptist church.
Yes.
When I got married, I wasn't able to travel out of the country and so on. There were no pre-wedding parties. There was no fundraising. And I was a pretty broke young man, and I had to sit down and discuss with the pastor. I actually held my wedding in my living room.
You did what?
I held my wedding in my living room.
Why?
Because that's what I could afford.
Okay.
Yeah, with about 50 people, that included my family and so on. And my dad was very clear: if you can't afford it, don't do it. It was as simple as that. And what I'm talking about here is that, we need a sense of proportion. Of course, when you did our wedding renewal, which was very interesting, my wife was telling me that I think you're just stuck at home. We're able to do, again, we did our renewal of our wedding at home. But now we had about 800 guests. But the home was now bigger. Okay. We had the biggest field, so we're saying, no, we can't even do Serena, it's too small.
Yeah.
There's no hotel around here that, we looked at what, there's Safari Park, we said, we can have better grounds.
Okay.
And we did. But my point, movie, is that
yes,
as a country, we need to have a sense of proportion, and we need to have a sense of priority.
Yes.
And we need to do things within our means. And to me, that's where that's my point. If you check the amount of money we are spending on presidential houses that are never even used by anybody, the amount of money we are spending on things like national celebrations and movements of VIPs, these things, I think somebody was doing the math the other day. We almost spend a third of our budget on those sort of things. Is that how you'd actually want to spend your own individual money? Celebrating birthdays, celebrating this and celebrating that.
But Prof, does this
is a sense of proportion.
Does this not get to the heart? People talk of systems, systemic, but does it not get to the heart of our politics?
Correct.
And what it is we endure, what it is we encourage, because
correct.
The predisposition we are speaking of has to do with how our politics is practiced.
Exactly.
Because the politics gives us the executive.
Correct.
Now, and then there's a support system to this.
Correct.
The thinking seems to be in a certain direction, and the manifestation is what we're discussing here. So now, I would have assumed that with every electoral cycle, we have an opportunity to rethink, to rejig, and to change.
Correct.
But if we look at what we currently have, the executive, the so-called united opposition,
right?
Do you see, hear, envision anything that is going to bring about any meaningful change?
No, you see, CT, this is where we need a bit of radical thinkers inside of politics and the political leadership, because currently what you have is we have this, and it's not just politics. It's not just politics. What we have is that everybody who gets into position of power anywhere basically creates this largesse around them. And they spend the institutional monies around them. So here, MCAs, they try as much as possible to spend money around them moving around and their vehicles and whatever it is, and stupid allowances, rather than on the work they do. Members of Parliament, the same thing. You get the first thing that happens that you must drive a Prado. That's why I hate Prados. I'll never drive Prados, thanks to those bastards. And you are pushing people. You're pushing people off the road and whatever. I've withdrawn.
Language.
I've withdrawn. I must say that Radio Generation is not responsible for the use of that terminology.
All right, carry on.
And you quickly want to move to Karen. Why are you moving to Karen? You represent the people of Mathare. You should live in Mathare.
You want clean air.
And exactly. So suddenly, no.
Yeah.
It is all these razzmatazz and stuff. So you're spending around that. Let me give you another very practical example. I was at the University of Nairobi. I was a student leader, and I joined the University of Nairobi when there was still. Actually, there was a vice chancellor there called Gishaga, Francis. So of course we'll go to Gishaga's offices and and we'll meet Gishaga in the lawns and we just have a conversation and stuff like that. Of course, then I rejoined the University of Nairobi to teach. I get out of the country briefly, and then we have a new vice chancellor called Magoha. So I come back, and I get into a lift, and I see these guys running towards me. They tell me, no, you cannot use that lift. So I was holding the door of the lift because I thought they wanted to get into the lift. So the guys hold me. They tell me, you can't use it. Who are you? So before I realize, I see Magoha coming, and I knew him before.
Yes.
So I stretched my hand. I was like, Professor, how are you? Of course, he just looked at me and looked to the other side. Then I pressed closed because now they're all in.
Yeah.
They didn't know what to do because I resisted this violently.
Yes.
So I pressed the close button. We go up.
Yeah.
Then the VC's office used to be on second floor, so Magoha gets out at that point. I was going to collect exams, which was above the VC's office, which was third floor. So by the time I was landing there, these guys all got out. By the time I was landing, the guys they had ran up.
Yes. To meet you.
Yeah. So who are you? Don't you know that lift is actually reserved for the vice chancellor? So oh man, I'm Omenya, and you get to know whom I am. Yes, look here, my friend. I'm Omenya, I'm PhD, I teach architecture.
Yes.
I don't trust people who work in very stupid little places. Of course, I was referring to Magoha being a urologist. You can do whatever you want to do. You can kill me, but I'm going to fight you, my friends. Yeah. Right here. The fellows gave up. They decided that guy was crazy. But I was wondering, how do you get a lift and then personalize it in such a big institution, honestly, that now that lift is only used by you, one person? I'm using that as an example. It's so stupid. And this is an academic environment. Honestly, I could run the university. I had all the qualifications to run the university then, not even now. So suddenly that this guy becomes so special that I cannot share with him a lift. I found that bizarre. But anyway, that is what our leadership is like. That immediately move you get elected.
Yes.
Even CT cannot shake your hands.
Okay.
In fact, you need this big security to protect you from CT.
Yes.
Who is the one who voted you in?
He's a commoner now.
He's a commoner, and then you have to create this stupid show. I don't know for what purpose.
Yes.
With a convoy of vehicles
and entourage.
An entourage.
Yeah.
Then you have to do these stupid parties, with glitz and so on, and glamour. And by the way, when you're still at it,
yes.
today, I think my brain is going helter skelter. I stopped attending presidential functions.
Right.
Parties. You know why I stopped attending them?
They stopped inviting you?
No.
Dignity.
This same thing we're talking about.
Right.
Because for me, this was the epitome of dignity. And, where you're saying no as a nation. But these places, you attend a presidential function and there's a guy on a horseback caning guys so that they can be aligned properly. Yeah. There are crowds of people. Guys are losing their shoes and things like that. What used to be the dance, if you look at it, even your local Batanga disco is better.
Yes.
In terms of the order that is in there. Yeah, so this indignity that we are talking about is everywhere.
Okay.
It is actually everywhere. And not just me. There was a time that we had been invited with some really senior guys around here. We had to tell guys, and we had to appear there for some reason. So we had to tell guys that, no.
Yes.
Why don't we just watch this from your house? And then we see if they call us. we'll see what to do. You know, guys are being handed around like like some group of thugs.
Prof, what you're describing is disturbing. Why it is disturbing is this: we are going into an election.
Yeah.
And there are all these problems that are facing us.
Right.
The number of people who do not know what they're going to eat tomorrow is increasing.
Yes.
And it's in the millions. It's not 200.
True.
And yet, this high octane politics that we now have, I honestly have not heard, whether it is in the opposition,
right,
whether it is those who are in the executive, I haven't heard of a solution,
correct,
that will alleviate,
correct,
the poverty, the growing poverty among our people.
Correct.
I have not heard.
Correct. And even solve the basic problems that you have now. And you see, this is actually right, because you see what you're talking about here is at the core of our country, where we're saying we have a constitution, and this constitution guarantees some basic rights, including that dignity we're talking about. It is actually in the constitution. You know that, and all those things are spelled out there so that at least every human being in Kenya can live a basic standard that may enable them, to actually just function properly as a human being, be it health, be it housing, be it water, be it sanitation, and all those things. We entrench them in the Constitution. But then the question comes that, number one, is the politician or even the political class intending to actually interpret what this actually means? Who are these people that the Constitution talks about in terms of having these rights and so on? It's like we have this huge part of the country that are largely non-existent, and then we decide that some particular group of people, that it is that sad. We decide that from this particular class, these guys can now not do without water, and we must provide water in those places. These guys cannot do without a sewer, and we provide a sewer in those places. These guys cannot do without tarmac roads, which is not even a constitutional right, and we provide in those places. So, if you look at it, we need to totally interrogate the system. Because we have a situation where we are solving the problems of those who don't have problems in the first instance. We are putting more and more infrastructure. A good case is where we are here in Nairobi, honestly. Nairobi has its own issues. But Nairobi, of course, and we highlighted some of those things like the informal areas and so on. But if you look at some of these things nationally, there are actually many parts of this country that still need basics, that need water, these things we're talking about, that need basic,
amenities,
public health amenities and so on. And nobody's saying, nobody's saying, fine, this is a situation with the people I represent. This is a situation with, in terms of the health facilities and so on.
Right.
And what we're having is more and more investments in the same, in the same areas that where we've been investing because of optics largely. Yeah, and meanwhile we're not solving the problem, the problems that we actually have as a nation, as it actually were. So we need politicians who come back and say, okay, fine, these were the bare minimums in the Constitution. Who do not meet them? And how can we reorganize our nation state to be able to deal with these basic minimums, so that whether I'm in rural Kilifi or I'm in Wajir or Mandera, like the president was in the other day, or I'm in Bondo and so on, I know that every Kenyan would actually have sanitation facilities, for example.
Prof,
yes,
I have a question because now that we're talking about politicians and so on, it is the United Opposition specifically.
Right.
Everyone has been talking about the presidency, or rather the candidacy of Dr. Matiang'i,
Right.
the candidacy
Yes.
of Kalonzo Musyoka,
Yes.
the candidacy of Maraga, and so on. But no one seems to be talking about the candidacy of Rigathi Gachagua.
Yes.
Is there a likelihood of him running for president next year?
No, we're not saying that there's likelihood. He said he's running.
He said it. We know there's a court case as far as his impeachment is concerned. So how that will end, we don't know. There's this whole issue of once impeached, always impeached. Again, we don't know how that will play out. But let's assume he runs.
You see, Gachagua and his lawyers are very clear on this matter. That he'll run, nevertheless, regardless.
Okay. Of what the court says?
No. The thing is that you just keep the case in the court.
Okay.
Yeah. And they'll use presidents of Uhuru and Ruto at ICC.
Okay.
They had live court cases and they ran and won.
True.
Elections. Yeah. And the argument there was very simple that, since the matter has not been concluded,
yes,
you cannot bar somebody from running. And I think that's the thinking in that camp, that as long as his case is alive, and that case can be kept alive forever,
yes,
you just keep appealing it, then nothing prevents him from running.
Yes.
Of course, lawyers will have 1,001 different opinions on this particular matter. But I think pursuant to that, Gachagua has himself declared that he'll run.
Okay.
Anyway. I think the interesting thing, part of the reason why I will not dismiss this is because, again, the president of the ICC, I don't think any Kenyan believed that, number one, Uhuru and Ruto would run.
Yes.
While they were actually indicted at the ICC.
Right.
But they decided to be counterintuitive and decided to run anyway.
Yeah.
For all manner of reasons. And they just didn't run, they actually won.
Yes. So
that set up a pretty interesting precedent about people with cases and whether they can run or not. And I think that is how I think people are starting to look at this Gachagua candidacy. That Gachagua is not just there to support other people. He's there to actually win the presidency himself.
What would be the chances of him winning the presidency?
I think again I would still use the indicted duo. That. If you look at them, the chances of winning the presidency was almost nil in terms of analyses and so on. People saying no, Kenyans cannot elect guys who are indicted, and we did actually elect them. so I think Gachagua's is pretty interesting, and I think a lot of Gachagua's chances, as far as I'm concerned, has been ruined by Gachagua himself. In this way, I think Gachagua could have won the presidency anyway.
Yes.
But I think and the way he was going to win it was because many Kenyans don't like the incumbent. So we assume that everybody who doesn't like President Ruto would then vote for Gachagua.
Okay.
But we know that Gachagua has proven himself beyond any doubt that is the most divisive politician Kenya has ever had. And whether that will help him attract some votes in sub-quarters, I don't know. Yeah, because if you look at that, if you look at Uhuru and Ruto, they're actually relatively likable politicians, and were not divisive. Even now, really to be fair to our president, yes, we are faulting him on delivery, on how he's running the country. But on the other hand, I don't think President Ruto, with all everything considered, I don't think this guy has ever gone to any part of the country and sort of told them, like, guys, you're not part of government. We are no. He's not that type of a person at all. In terms of what he says and so on, he says all the right things.
Yes.
He goes everywhere anyway, whether he's opposed or not. Yeah, but our friend Gachagua plays a slightly different politics, and I think that's why his goals are a bit different. I don't think his goal is winning the presidency. And if it was winning the presidency, then basically we'll see a more a tone that unites a lot more. And I'm not saying about what he said about the Luos. No, Buvi, don't look at me that way. Don't say
no.
Omenya, you are bitter because you are from Bondo and you guys were not shareholders.
No.
Now you guys got in, and no. I'm not saying that.
But you're now shareholders.
Now we're shareholders. but I'm saying it because just the other day Gachagua was saying that everybody must actually consolidate that tribal base, literally, and then bring it on the table. Yeah. So which, if you look at, is you can say is pragmatic. The guy says, if you're a Luo, go collect Luo votes and come in, and you know, it's very clear that he is consolidating, and it's consolidated the Kikuyu vote.
Yeah.
And I don't think that is a narrative that is very attractive to
the rest of the country,
to non-Kikuyus, if you can actually put it that way. Yeah. So I think if Gachagua runs, then is most likely going to lose.
But Professor, when you say it's not attractive to non-Kikuyus, then I mean, Kalonzo has consolidated the Kamba vote.
Correct.
And the Kambas
very well
seem to be okay with it.
Correct.
I'm assuming Matiang'i has done the same with the Kisii vote.
And remember, when Raila died, you need to remember what was said about Kalonzo.
What was
by
said?
The Luos there. Everybody said, including Ida, everybody said that this is the man who has walked with us for very many years. He's a man who has stood by Raila for very many years. He's a man who supported our things for very many years. Of course, Kalonzo went there. So the thing is, even Raila, we knew that Raila had a Luo support, but that did not mean that he was excluding the rest. In fact, he was reaching out to the rest. So yes, I think all these other politicians, in a way, in their rhetoric, in their action, in the way they've been organized, despite the fact that they do have core support in some particular places,
yes,
their politics do not exclude other ethnic groups in the country as exactly were. So I think that's a big difference, and of course I don't know how Gachagua will be able to repair that, but he's been considered as a politician who actually excludes. Even those campers have been excluded by by Gachagua through his fierce rhetoric. But remember, like they say, politics is a game of the possible, and I think the way I look at it is that incidentally, I still believe that Gachagua holds the key to who wins
2027.
Okay.
Why?
It is not him, but he holds the key, and I may be wrong, but I'm quite convinced that Gachagua is a tough negotiator. He's a tough cookie. Of course, I realize he made mistakes in terms of he sort of gave Ruto a free pass by not having those things, properly tightened. And the way I look at it is that Gachagua would run, and the opposition would run either severally or with another candidate.
Okay.
And that way, we may be able to, as a country, have the first ever presidential runoff. Yeah.
Okay.
And whether Gachagua is not a runoff or not, whoever wins the presidency will have to negotiate with him.
All right.
He'll have the swing votes.
Thank you so much, Prof, as far as this conversation is concerned. Tumeongea juu utumishi, tukuongea juu ya quarantine, but I think the next time you come, let's talk about this presidential runoff thing. Eh?
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
Here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The High Court has ordered Health Cabinet Secretary Eden Duale to disclose details of a controversial 1.7 billion Kenya shillings Ebola quarantine facility linked to the United States as scrutiny over the project intensifies. The directive was issued after the government failed to file responses or appear in court in a case challenging plans to host American nationals exposed to or infected with Ebola. The court also extended orders stopping the implementation of the plan until the case is fully heard and determined. Platform workers in the gig economy are calling for better pay, improved working conditions, and stronger social protection. The group, representing more than 7 umbrella associations of ride-hail workers, delivery drivers, home-based workers, content creators, and freelancers, says members are struggling with unstable and inadequate incomes. They also complain of unrealistic performance targets, opaque rating systems, algorithm-based management.
An algorithm should not take away people's rights. The convention must provide safeguards against unjustified suspension or deactivation of digital platform workers' accounts. The convention must establish measures to ensure fair and transparent remuneration, including payment of the full amount due for all time worked and compensation for work-related expenses.
We as platform workers, we are at a crossroads.
President William Ruto says future presidents will have no excuse to skip Wajir once the government completes the construction of a state lodge in the county. Speaking during a tour of development projects in Wajir, the president said the facility will make it easier for leaders to visit the region and strengthen its connection to national development and government services.
Sasa hapo iko state lodge. Ule mwenye atanifuata apende asipende, sasa atakuja, italazimu yeye akuja aishi hapa. Ama namna gani? Sijui kama tunaelewana bana. Ndio njia ya kuhakikisha usawa katika taifa letu la Kenya. Kama iko state lodge Eldoret, iko state lodge Mombasa, iko state lodge sijui wapi. State lodge mbona iko state lodge Kisumu, iko state lodge Kakamega. Nani anasema state lodge sijengwe hapa Wajir? Nimekuja kujenga hapo state lodge. Si ndio? Ndio ule rais atanifuata apende asipende, akuje Wajir na ajue Wajir iko Kenya. Tumeelewana ndugu zangu watu wa Wajir? Mnasema tuendelee ama tuendelee?
Kericho Governor Eric Mutai has come under scrutiny over rising financial obligations in the county, including 700 million shillings increase in pending bills. Employee payables have also grown to 22 million Kenya shillings from zero, while overall county debt has increased by 28% to 533 million shillings within 1 year. Appearing before the Senate County Public Accounts Committee, Mutai blamed the situation on ongoing court cases, revenue shortfalls, and accumulated obligations.
And what I did when I took over, I considered a team to look into all those cases and tabulate so that we can include in the budget of this financial year and be able to pay those pending bills of advocates that were engaged previously by the county government to execute matters of the county government, including, in fact, Chair, some of these pending bills included some cases which was called a wait case.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Liverpool have reached a verbal agreement with Andoni Iraola to take over as head coach following the sacking of Arne Slot. Iraola left Bournemouth at the end of the season and is the clear favourite for the role at Anfield. According to a report in The Athletic, Iraola is set to sign a new deal at the club. The France defender Ibrahima Konate is in advanced talks with Real Madrid about joining the La Liga club on a free transfer. As reported by the Daily Telegraph, Konate is close to agreeing terms over a move to the Bernabeu. Liverpool announced on Sunday that Konate would leave the club at the end of his current deal. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation, and the time right now is 15 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? Hope you are fine wherever you are. This indeed is the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mongala Mbuvi, and I am with Siti Muga in the studio. Shout out to Raz Tata saying, haha. And then there's Pahala One saying, the good professor talks of a golden age of high school. Yes, indeed, he does. Christine Chege says, Prof's stories are so captivating. I missed the turn to the gym. And I've gone to work in gym clothes. Where? Sawa sawa. Samson anasema, Gachagua took Baba's hate. The way is perceived. Cukes hate Raila, Luos hate Gachagua. Is that so? It's a perception, eh? Professor, 2027 Kenyan politics shall have people like what in the parliament, and Ruto shall lead Kenya. Okay, hapa kuna typos nyingi sana sijaelewa. And then who else have I not read their story? That is my take 2.0. Amesema boarding schools should be banned, period, and so on and so forth. Eunice Kyoko says that Messiah syndrome is what sadly most of our politicians purporting to be leaders have. It is sad. And then Msemo Kweli amesema the move by Kasongo to allow Ebola facilities in Kenya shows how he has inferiority complex. Sawa. That is before white people fully colonized mindset and a big threat to the sovereignty of Kenya. Apparently, according to him, he is a real puppet. But in studio, in this particular hour, we do have our guest, and the conversation around this particular hour will be around the what has been happening. It's some kind of roundup of affairs. We shall also tackle the finance bill and to the political unrest that has been witnessed around several places in Kenya. We are with the Secretary, Planning and Economic Affairs of DCP Party. That is Dr. Peter Mbai. Mahesh, good morning and welcome back. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's been some time, man.
I'm good.
Ulitoroka? No, what
tulifanya nini?
No, me I've been up down kidogo hivi ma time itinerary scheduling. Sure? But I've been good.
Is it city?
No.
Saa zingine city anasemanga vitu zinakasisha.
No. We like the depth of the wisdom. I like the people who talk once in a while. They would rather watu wanaongea mara mingi. I mean, they speak one thing and they put you off, and you have to keep on thinking for 3 months. So really, but I've been well. I've been Nakuru. We have those issues about Utumishi.
Yes.
In a big way yesterday, we are in court.
Okay.
Finally, they were linked. The 9 girls.
Okay.
And the last 2-3 days I've been visiting the families. The pain, the pain.
Or you have personally gone to these
I've been visiting the families. 1 in Bahati sub-county, the 4 in Gilgil. Yes. Well, being where the school is situated, 4 girls, 4 families in Gilgil.
Yes.
Then 2 in Naivasha so far.
Right.
And that's about 7 from Nakuru County alone. Yeah, out of the 16. So so yesterday the girls were linked. I mean, after a lot of drama, DCI, guys move out. The law says you cannot try kids in a public court.
Okay.
So everybody had to leave, journalists only, and our lawyers, of course, we were able to put in lawyers there for the families, for the victims. Of course, they had the lawyer there for the accused persons, the suspects also. And it moved on well. We're today at 2.
Yes.
The issue is, of course, the lawyers who come and say give them bond. The prosecutor and our lawyers, of course, refused, saying they should be kept in for some time and all that, even for their own security and all that.
Yeah.
So that's where we are today too. The ruling about the bond or lack of it, how many days they're going to be kept in. That's what we're expecting today. But let me say that moving from the onset of that matter first. A few things. One, the buck stops with government. That is pure government negligence. And I want to suspect that the people who should be in that dock, besides the girls, is a dome matron, the principal, the BOM, and the education minister of issues. who are supposed to inspect that school. You and I know what may have happened. You know, those guys come to the office, you know, they take tea with the principal, you know, then they're told, you know, guys, you know, I know you came from very far, you know, corruption is at the center of it. I can tell you that. So we don't have enough quorum. We don't have the full capacity of people at the dock.
Okay.
We need to have the whole lineup. And that's why we are saying, Bobby, from the word go. We are waiting for whatever happens will happen. That's a criminal affair with government above the guards, right?
Yes.
We are waiting for the DNA results. Maybe in a week or so. We go lay our beloved ones to rest. We are going to sue government from top to bottom for compensation. We can't let this go. I mean, government will come, you know, as issue. They value money more than lives. After negligence to ensure the girls are banned, they will come with some envelope. You know, this is money to help you with the burial expenses. I will buy you a coffin. You know, those kind of things the government loves.
Yes.
That we'll tell them, oh, what you gave us was to bury. Can you give us compensation? I can tell you this.
Yes.
We have already instructed our lawyers to follow every documentation with a view of suing government. Okay. We can't go this way because it's purely negligence. And in our suing, we'll sue everybody in the line. It's very bad to say, oh, it's chaos. Now, let me put it this way, City, quickly. A fire in disasters, a disaster about to happen.
Yes.
What matters, what do you do when it happens? Two things ought to have happened. One, you saw the CCTV.
Yes.
There are even beds in the corridor.
We saw that, yes.
You saw that. Now, the exit emergency was locked from inside with a wooden bar. Like, it is not, like, for the demonstration, it's not an emergency. It is you guys who think it's an emergency. But it's like girls knew it's an emergency. That's why 10 of them died there. They were rushing towards the emergency exit, which already had been blocked by ABBA. It was not even possible to get to.
10 of the victims
10 of them were actually literally at that
emergency
place.
exit.
Meaning, they knew there's an emergency, and they knew in the emergency exit has to be open in an emergency. What happens, what I hear from the girls there, the matron was there. She just left, of course, you know, to save her life. I mean, that's what we hear. She was in the dome. But again, those are issues. So for me, this is pure negligence. And I want to suggest something else concerning parenting. Please I don't know. But for my thinking, City, I don't think, and please allow me to say this, a child who has grown through poverty and a lot of pain and a lot of wrack, I don't think they would go touch a dormitory. We need to rethink about our parenting. I think when we get kids to be very free outside here, then we take them into a institution where there's discipline. You know, where they are pushed and they are put into some line. Somehow, doing such things is natural. Because they're like, yeah, we're not used to this, you know. We can't even do anything. That's the problem. Now, but there's something happening. You know, we were talking yesterday, we were saying, they arrested 30 girls.
Okay.
They released 20 and held 7. As late as the day before yesterday, they were still arresting. So you are thinking, suppose the 30, the calls were made, and the keys of the top guys were released, and then we have the long guys on the dock. But then something else happened. We hear vigilance, there's a lot of firelight now. There's a lot of heat because, incidentally, the kids who did that, they are kids of the top guys up there, of course. But also the kids, some of the kids who died, they are kids of the top guys up there. So vigilance, there's a lot of fire. That guys, no, we can't let them go. Others, you know.
Doc, let me ask you something. The Utumishi Girls Academy, it's a national school, isn't it?
It's a national school.
It's a C1 school.
It's a C1 school.
You want to tell me all the students there are children of police officers?
Not all.
Okay.
Quite a number.
All right.
Quite a number. Definitely quite a number.
Okay.
Quite a number. So, so we say among the people who did that, there are some girls who are daughters of very high guys up there, all over government, military, you know, police and all that.
Yes.
But also the victims. Because, I mean, I visited one of them who is quite a senior guy in Gilgil. So we are saying, please, whatever government supposed to do, whatever the law will, we prove with the girls, as we are saying, wait a minute, look at the statement by Ogamba. You know, Julius, you know, I mean, there are some people, and I've been telling you this, the CSs, the PSs in this government are clueless. They do nothing. That statement, I'm very sure it was done for him. And it exonerated all the education officials. Oh, I'm going to stop the BOM. I'm dissolving. Oh, the teacher will have to be checked. What was that? What about your officials? What about the supervisors, inspectors? Who should have gone ahead? There should be drills, I think, once in a term. A little drill. Look at Russia. We may have thought, oh, this is a private, you know, the guys are making money and they don't want to invest. The buck stops with people who are supposed to ensure the emergency exit is is accessible in an emergency.
Okay.
And that's where fire drills are there. You go cause some false alarm, then you see how things are going to behave. Now, that one, we cannot let government go out of this. This is negligence. CS Ogama doesn't know what he's doing actually. He did a statement because that statement was lacking in authority in many things. You can't say, oh, I'm dissolving BOM. So what about your officials? Can you tell us the 5 officials are not so who are supposed to inspect that school? They didn't. So that's the sad story about Utumishi.
Yeah. So as far as you're concerned, the students who, because there's some who of course didn't necessarily die rather, but they were burnt. Have they gone back to school? Will they go back to school later? Was the school closed? Has it been reopened? What is the status of it? It is
crazy because yes, like yesterday, there are some who came to court just to sympathize with the whole situation. They are there from force. There's no indication either so far of any school. In any case, these people need out of counseling, by the way. Even the kids who survived, I was talking to a parent yesterday at the Naivasha Row Courts, and she was like, these kids, they don't sleep. She's talking about her daughters.
Because of trauma.
They are waking up at night and saying, we can see fire burning. Can you imagine? The parent is not sleeping. So even the amount of counseling needed in itself, for even people to come back to senses, to begin to go back to that school, it's crazy. And that's why, Bobby, must say this. Let us not mess people's lives. Can government do what they're supposed to do? At least that's a government school. You'd expect, an Utumishi school.
Yes.
That land by the National Police Service and all that. It would actually have better standards. If that can happen in such a school, where the children of the rich and the mighty and the rulers are, what about other boarding schools which are not in the eye of a lot of... It's crazy. It's bad. I spend a lot of hours there speaking to them, trying to... It's crazy. No, there's no mention of anything. Remember, what is there? Speaking to the parents of the victims, they are waiting for the DNA. Then there will be a joint memorial service somewhere. Then after that, the bodies will be released to go and bury. Okay. So that's whatever for now. It's sad. I would cry again and talk about disaster prevention movie, not management.
Yeah.
Management is expensive, it's crazy, it has all the things. Now look at the other aspect. This bill that was signed in a hurry by the president, as usual, knee-jerk reactions, right? It was tabled in Parliament 2023. That disaster management bill.
Okay.
2023. It was passed by National Assembly. It went to Senate because disaster is a shared function.
Yes.
And now they passed it. No, they passed it with amendments. So now when there are amendments and this one refusing the amendments, it goes to mediation. It has been in mediation for the last 3 years. It is when a disaster happens that they rushed to do the dust, Oh, by the way, we are supposed to do ABCD. Look at that. Now, who governs that way? Surely by the time you go to office, you need to know what are you going to achieve. Okay. Which bills do you need immediately? Then you push them to Parliament. So you begin using them. In knee-jerk, nobody cares about this country. It's just about narrow things about who will win the next election.
Yeah.
And I keep on saying, politicians think about the next election. Statesmen think about the next generation. That's where the gap is.
Yeah, we sat here with Colonel Samoei on the same, and he was actually talking about that particular bill. And I think we'll re-invite him so that he can tell us, number one, about this particular disaster versus that particular bill and where exactly we are as a country as far as disaster management is concerned.
Yes.
But thank you for that particular update.
Yeah, anytime, my brother.
Yeah.
But Paul, the issue around schools, the matter of disaster falls squarely into what Dr. Mbai is talking about, negligence, because there are very clear guidelines as to, one, the size of dormitories that you can have if it's a boarding school, the size of classrooms, the distance between beds, what must be in that space, all that. And everything we're discussing here points to none of those guidelines, none of those issues within the guidelines having been followed. In fact, what we are seeing is that they were abrogated. There was no adherence to them. How do you blockade an exit?
Good question.
How do you have double-decker beds in a corridor? So what space do these girls have to do anything that they wish to do? Everything about a boarding school seems to have been abrogated. So if we're talking about the discussion about that particular school, it raises the question not about that school, it raises the question about all boarding schools in the country.
Yeah.
The numbers, the preparedness that this government, the government before it, and the government before it had for a population that we've known for a long time is growing. This is not a surprise. We know our population. The preparedness in terms of the number of schools that the government has determinedly positioned to build so that it can meet the needs of all these students. What we've seen with successive governments, beginning with the Moi government as we proceed, is that all you did was increase the number of students in the school, not grow the facility. And if it is grown, it is a minimum. What we've seen, instead of using other spaces, schools that had lots of spaces within them, I'm talking about, let's say, this particular city. In the neighborhood where I live, a primary school that existed, it came with a huge compound. A girls' secondary school was built in part of that property. In that neighborhood, I've seen two such things happening. But then, what you've then done, you've removed some of the playing fields that that particular school had. Okay? So this girls' school that exists, what are they going to do with the space that they have? You solve the problem, there's a need for girls' schools, you've built that particular school. And then you take it further. You then build other schools elsewhere, but the numbers of students in that school tells you the facilities for students is inadequate. The free education was a wonderful thing, but then it meant students who were not able to go to school went to school. Classes that had 40 to 45 students suddenly had 80. Let me speak as a teacher. It becomes impossible to teach. The classrooms were built to cater for that number of 40. So when you have now 80 desks, where do you even move? Do you walk over desks as you get to everything about this? You take it back to the Ministry of Education. This particular buck stops with the Ministry of Education because the headmaster did not build that school. The BOM did not build that school. Okay, the teachers did not build that school. All that happened is that they were taken there to go and work. The duty bearer and the individuals who are responsible is the Ministry of Education. You start there, then you graduate and ask other people who are in that particular process, what role did they have and what did they do with the role that is actually theirs. The day-to-day management of the school is in the hand of the principal or the headmaster and the teachers. That we understand. But the situation that these people find themselves in is not their creation. It is the Ministry of Education's creation.
It's just an issue of poor planning.
Yeah.
Basically, because you should plan from 1963. If you check what was there by the colonialist,
yes,
and look at the population and what we have added, it doesn't add up. I don't want to go to this reaction thing of saying, oh, scrapboarding.
Yeah.
You know, that's again a whole parliament. That's the only thing they could talk about. I mean, why do you react? Can you be sober? Is the issue scrapping boarding? I don't think so. Can we think? But no thinkers are here. People don't think. I mean, you put guys in government, but they can't sit down to think about the people. It's about themselves. Everyone is about where can I make some money. The whole issue is about the issue of getting people with no capacity to govern. I've been telling you there's a difference between politics,
yes,
leadership, and governance. Okay. People are stuck in politics. They cannot think. And that's why you see everybody there, you know, CS Mokomen is talking about that issue. He should concentrate about his work.
Yeah.
Put CCTV. I mean, is that work of Mokomen to come and tell schools to put CCTV? That's a very simple issue to be done by inspectors.
Yeah.
I mean, really, that's where we are.
Okay. On the issue of Ebola quarantine facility in Laikipia.
Yes.
Of course, by now, even your party leader has really chimed in on this particular issue. What are your thoughts?
Let me tell you a few things. One, I may be wrong, yes, but I may be correct. I don't think it is Trump who called the president about this thing. I don't think so. They are not that tight. They are not.
He was given a state visit to the US, yes.
This could be President Ruto who asked for Ebola, literally. I said I may be wrong, but I may be right. We know the thinking of the president.
Why would he want to jeopardize the health of this country?
The president is about himself. It's about himself. And you see, he talks about I, myself, and
I,
me, myself.
Me, myself, and I.
Me, myself, and I. I can tell you this. The law is very clear, the constitution. Circumstances under which an election can be postponed. is when there's an emergency.
Okay.
I can tell you, the president thinks he's the best thing ever to have happened on this earth. And he's thinking, you may not know it, he's thinking 20 years as a president. He doesn't think about 5 years or 10 years. So the thinking is, he knows the ground, right? NIS, consumer of raw intelligence, right? Do you know what is raw? Raw is unfiltered.
Yes. Inakuja ilivyo.
He knows the numbers are gone. The gap of 4 to 5 million is real. I'll tell you this today. So he must think what next. Now, when you hear people like Sudi saying not once, twice, that isipoja tutajaza, they're already fearing. So they must try to calm their people by showing them we are still going to win. Okay? Now, this is what happens. Because we have been analyzing what could, because us in political science, we think about what you are thinking. And then we think ahead, and then we think backwards. There's no other reason why President Ruto can be so passionate. And then let me ask you, City. When the president sits there and says, I okayed the deal, who are you, by the way? Who are you? Do you know there are people ruling this country who think they are ruling with the constitution, the old constitution? When you say I okayed, like who? Where did you consult? Nobody. What was the public participation? And that's what I'm telling you. There's only one man who runs this country. Yes. All the ministers, all the PSs, State Department, parastatus, one guy. I've been telling you that. One man. He said, I. Luckily, he didn't hide. He didn't say, I consulted the ministry. He didn't say that. I okayed. Why? For my own personal selfish interest. Not about you Kenyans. Who, I watched that video several times. Who are you, by the way? What does the constitution say? The people are supreme. But these are people who even never believe in this constitution. These are people who, the more power.
Yes.
When you just, judiciary, judges, magistrate, everything. All arms of government, you are the one running. Yeah. So I want to go that level. I don't want to go this level. Maandamano. If you don't think that other way,
yes,
you'll get lost. So I can tell you this.
Yeah.
It's crazy. DRC have been fighting Ebola year in, year out.
For decades.
But the time we were fighting Corona here like it's the end of the world, they were more concerned about Ebola. Look at the people who have died. When that thing gets to a region, my brother, it doesn't live. When it gets somewhere, it's like it mutates, right? It goes down, then comes back. Then, how do you tell us that you literally want to bring Ebola to Laikipia? And of course, some people are saying, well, it's good to say here. Some people are arguing, why Laikipia? I mean, why not Masai Mara? Why not Sugoi? I mean, why not Taita Taveta? I mean, again, do you know, in war,
yes,
you can fight people physically, all through, I mean, some kind of disease.
Yes.
There are many ways of political warfare, right?
True.
Who knows? Maybe these guys, they have gone 6 million votes from what Kenya don't have. So they can as well get Obera and begin getting to Meru Nyeri. These are things, I mean, we are political scientists. We have to think broadly.
But
I mean, I'm saying, we are doing analysis, right?
Dr. Mbai, is that political science or is that extreme
conspiracy theory?
You see, that's why we went to school. I mean, everybody went to school to study something, architecture like Omenya and others. We went to go to study political science. And there's a very, very interesting unit called international relations.
Yes.
I'm trying to think. The thinking now, we are trying to unpack the thinking of President Ruto, the President Trump,
yes,
and geopolitics, and what is eating. What are we not being told? As we think about what we are not being told, we don't look at the headlines.
For this country to have that kind of situation whereby we have to postpone elections, I mean, we would have, if that disease were to, let's say the pandemic starts today in Kenya, the epidemic starts here in Kenya, he would have to extend that quarantine stroke lockdown over 1 year, right? Yet we have these pandemics all the time emerging from places like Liberia, but they usually don't have those kinds of lockdowns for those extended periods of time.
Remember why it is coming now. So by next year, it's an epidemic.
Okay.
That's why they are introducing that thing now. I can tell you, whatever it will take, spiritually, physically, legally, constitutionally, we cannot. No, by the way, we are so concerned. Let me tell you, we are so concerned that a president of the Republic of Kenya, really, and that's why we are going to those theories. Because you are thinking, no sane person, he can go import. And I repeat, I doubt whether it is the President Trump who made the first call.
Yes. But Dr. Mbai, you are suggesting, if I hear you right, that President Ruto is planning to kill people from central Kenya with Ebola. Is that what you're saying?
It could be he may not be intending to do it. He may be intending to cause an emergency. right? And postpone elections because he knows the goose is cooked. And that's analysis. We are doing analysis here.
I'm not an epidemiologist, but for the proliferation of a virus to the point where it becomes an epidemic, why is it that Ebola has not become an epidemic to the entirety of DRC?
Can I ask you something? How many people have died in the DRC? Thousands.
Since 1976,
thousands.
There are literally thousands. HIV killed people in the millions.
I hear you.
Okay? Now in the millions. But did we shut down the country?
Good. The difference now...
Did we have a situation where we are saying that a particular community is being targeted? The region of the country with the highest prevalence at the time was Luo Nyanza. Highest prevalence, that region. There are places where the prevalence was so high, you would actually get shocked. And you'd wonder, goodness gracious me, what happened here? Now, why am I comparing the two? I am looking at the deaths caused by Ebola. I'm looking at the deaths caused by HIV. HIV killed more people. Infinitely more people. Now, the wars and the conflicts that they've had in DRC have killed even more people.
I know.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now, I'm asking for a perspective. Even if we were to extrapolate, when you suggest that the president may be setting his eyes on decimating the population of the mountain, that's an extreme speculation.
I want to put that as number two. The first one on a high level without going to the details,
yes,
is the difference between DRC crisis and Kenya is that the person in there didn't have another way of using Ebola to pursue other interest. What I'm saying, and we must talk, is that the men we have here can use any method to escape elections. So for him, he doesn't see Ebola as something to manage and, like the day, Corona come, then lift the sanctions, then proceed to normal. He wants the abnormality to continue. That is what, let me tell you, City, where we are sitting. We have been trying to think, what could cause these men single-handedly to literally, it's theories we are putting on the table. How? City, how on this earth? I mean, why don't you go and do it in DRC like I heard you say earlier? I mean, put it there because DRC is a big country. We cannot understand. And by the way, let me say this. Whatever it will take, elections are going to be held in Kenya, God willing. Yes. Because it's only God who can...
With or without Ebola?
With or with... We don't want Ebola, by the way. Nothing... I mean, High Court, Court of Appeal, Supreme Court. We'll go all of us there. I want to thank the Nyanyuki people for doing mandamanos. We must do any method. I mean, the people have to go to the mountain to pray. Others will fast. Others will do anything legally. Everyone way. We must tell the president, you cannot run this country the way you want. By the way, we are also people here.
Yeah,
we also citizens of this country and we are voters.
According to the Centers for Disease Control, so far 321 confirmed infections. This is in North and South Kivu and the Ituri area where the disease, the epicenter. Yeah. And then 48 confirmed deaths as of this morning, as of 8:43 this particular morning. So we hope that the situation will be contained there.
And you see, the problem where that hope, hope is very good for breakfast, but it's very bad for supper, yeah? Because we don't know if somebody is intending to bring Ebola here, and he's a president, and he's the one who runs all arms of government. Literally, okay, well, he's the head of the executive. So we don't know whether... Please, may God help that the president is not planning to bring Ebola here.
Okay.
Because if it does and he's the president, all the screening will just be told pass on.
Yeah, true.
Did I hear something about AR? But it was not confirmed by the Minister of Health.
Yes.
Some AR on Kiambu Road. I mean, that was scary.
No. That
was not confirmed.
It was, yeah.
Yeah. People also should please don't circulate some of these things if you are not, if it's not from the ministry also. We just hope that it's Uganda. Some cases already.
Yes.
Some cases confirmed in Uganda.
True.
Let's just hope this thing will not work. But now what the fear Kenyans have is that we don't seem to have a president who will be willing to stop Ebola from coming. The moment you have an Ebola patient in Laikipia, I can tell you that thing is so, it's so infectious. It will just spread. Please.
No. Dr. Mbai, allow me to stop you right there. That's not how diseases spread. If you are talking about what has been proposed and you understand it, a quarantine is not set up for people who have been infected. It's for people who've been exposed. Isolation is where you place people who have actually been infected. And the reason why it's a quarantine is because it's essentially a lockdown. You cannot leave. You will be there for a period of time until it is determined whether you actually have been infected or not. So the idea of a quarantine, I'm talking about in general terms what a quarantine does. A quarantine does the complete opposite of what you're saying. It stops the exposure that would exist from growing. So it's not as though it is a situation that proliferates the disease. It's supposed to contain it. That's what a quarantine does.
Okay. And what Kenyans are saying in a nutshell, all that quarantine people, if you are an American, you are sick in DRC, take your fight back home, or be in a forest in DRC, be whatever lapping happening in your country.
Actually, the Committee on Foreign Affairs in the House agree with you in America. They have raised the question and asked,
where are you throwing your people
Not only that, no, that's not what they're raising. They're saying they have the capacity to diagnose, to treat, and to ensure that their citizens are cared for, number one. Number two, it is the duty of their government to look after its own citizens. Very good. They have raised that issue themselves.
Okay. Let's move to the finance bill, Daktari. Some opposition leaders, for example, Honorable Jeremiah Kioni of Jubilee was saying that this finance bill is the worst. Alisema hii sasa hata ndio mbaya kuliko ile ya 2024. I don't know if you share those sentiments or you have a different opinion.
I'll tell you this in a nutshell, and I'll not go to details because it can be very mathematical.
Right.
Let me say this in a nutshell. We have been telling this government, you cannot succeed by overtaxation. And unfortunately, the men at the top believed the moment I get to be president, I'll squeeze everybody. That's how I'll get money to run government.
Okay.
Look at how can you allow yourself as a new government to have mandamanos the first year. That was a bad mistake in governance. Okay. Because that's the time you should be busy planning. But you gave yourself away. Look at remember the Sufuria Revolution?
Oh, yes.
Because you simply went and did a very poor finance bill. And you see opposition got up. Hey, we are going to start with you. That was very bad. 2023. How can you have mandamanos of the 2023 the first year? So then it went to the next year. No lessons learned. The day, I remember I was still in government, the day I had the MP for Molo, the chairman of finance, in a national TV, saying that they want to add 5% of VAT on bread so people don't get diabetes. That's when I knew we are done. That's when I began thinking I'm in the wrong place. Because if I'm going to be associated with this kind of nonsense, myself, the way people of Nakuru know me and people of Kenya, I began thinking, am I in the right government? Because we have been trying so much to put sense to these guys. Please don't do this. You know, people are getting and we said within the second year, people give you time to plan for 1 year.
They give you a grace period.
That grace period. The second year, if they don't see some literally very serious programs, we said that long time ago. So when I saw this, I was like, now, am I in the right place? Really? Is this the thinking of government? And I knew. That's when you see the uproar of finance bill came that led to all the kind of things you saw. Unfortunately, now, then they say that other year, body comes, a clean boy, okay? No, there will be no whatever. You know, you remember the last year? There are no more taxes, nothing. We are going to work the way we are. Then the fourth year, pretense is over. The big man says, no, I'm the president, you must add taxes. Who does that? We have been saying it, and please allow me to say this. If you want to move with the people, do like what Kibaki did.
Okay.
Tulipe ushuru tujitegemee. It rose from 200 billion to 800 billion within 1 year. People paid taxes out of their own volition. People would say, wow, I can do this. Because also they could see free primary education. The infrastructure. Oh, if I'm going to pay if I'm going to pay tax to pay loan for the highway, it makes sense. You must think about programs. By the time you tell people, add a bit. But most importantly, you must expand the tax base. The person who was not paying 100, let them pay 100. Let them pay 20, 50, 200. Everybody else. That's how you expand revenues. Can I tell you today? We have the capacity to have own source revenue here in this country up to 4 to 5 trillion. It's possible. 5, if you simply do it well. But the moment you come with a rungu, all the crowds I have here, it's so petty. You know, because you know technology is moving. Everybody is moving to soft money, M-Pesa and all that, and Airtel money and all that. Then you go taxing. You are killing the economy. You are killing that space. You know, you pick where people, you are lazy. Let me tell you why. You are lazy because the technology has come. The industries that are flourishing is the ones you want to go and curtail and make, That's where you can easily think of making money. Instead of simply restructuring KRA, make it a service-based organization, expand as much as possible. There are so many people who don't pay taxes. In this country,
Actually,
so many people don't pay taxes.
I agree with you.
We can raise money.
Because there are some vendors that I usually go to in my residential area.
Yeah.
They have blocked their till numbers. Now they are telling you it's either cash or send money directly.
Look at where we are going. What Kibaki did to increase, move all these mobile phones, because it's a very lazy government, and that's why we are saying city. I heard you asking so many questions about the alternatives. Let me tell you, city. Some of things is a no-brainer. You don't have to overthink. Simply come and allow people to thrive. Open up the economy, right? You don't go rushing to people where people are moving on with the digital money. Then you want to go moving all your money there, saying you want to tax all these predators and lenders. Just allow people to thrive. Go and agree with the people. Just pick something here, a little here, a little here. Everybody gets into the tax bracket. I can tell you, let me repeat this again. We can easily net 5 trillion Kenya money. That budget of 4 trillion can be covered and extra money. If everybody feels, first of all, they need to pay. Let me tell you what happens. When we have a country like Kenya, people simply develop that thing of, I will not pay because I don't see services. Why? It's 4 years, my brother. 4 years. The only thing we see, reinspection, to open, with the excavators, it's time now you are doing. The guys are asking, please, can you show us 10 commissioned, done, a whole project working? Not, of course, opening taps, that's the work of a chief and a local administrator, ward administrator there. That's not the work of the president, of course. Show us what have you done. It is now the moment of time to say, I'm going to do Thika Expressway. Let me ask you. Between doing a Thika Expressway, which should be done anyway? Nairobi, Mombasa Highway. Since 1963. This is the same road Jomo Kenyatta used to use. President Moi, Kibaki, Uhuru, surely. Do you know the amount of danger and the amount of confusion we cause traders? Trucks all the way going to DRC, they are stuck there for 10 hours. Just on this road. What is of more priority? Tell us what happened to this American deal to do the road corruption. They had to go. Wait, no, we cannot. We cannot give you money. They had to go. You see, all these deals and all that, what is of priority? But because you feel you want to reach the mountain, because you feel you want to appease again, politicians look at the next election, not the next generation. You want to do something very quickly here, so you can appease the people that you care for them by doing an expressway. But then let me ask you, City, when you do an expressway, where is that traffic going? Where is the traffic going? Okay, fine. Guys are on top from Embu, from Thika, from Murang'a, right? They are coming to the city. Finally, where is the traffic going? You have not dealt with the problem of why there's traffic jams on this road, because where is the traffic going when they get to the city? You cannot come and then, because another problem will occur. Other vehicles will be on top, but by the time they get to Mudangari, there is nowhere they are going.
Bottleneck again.
I mean, not unless now you want to connect that superhighway, that expressway with this other one, so guys can fly around there. And we told them about Nakuru. If you want to do an expressway, please do another one connecting Nairobi Expressway to Maraba. You can charge that one. But the one that Moi did in 1980, this other one road to Nakuru, we cannot pay. Because that you cannot go expand a road. We don't have to pay for it. The thinking is just laptop. It doesn't make sense. And that's why I'm saying for us. I'm giving you a nutshell. Now, we are going deeper. I'm not saying forget finance bill.
Yes.
Forget bill. The budget. Let me tell you. That's where the devil is. Our teams, actually, we have a meeting today at 11. Our technical teams who are advising us as a party and the united team, the alternative government, we are going clause by clause. We are going to be saying this is where the devil lies, because we want to go and say, State House budget, can you tell us how much it is? Because definitely it's a public document right now. We are working on it. That's where we are going to go clause by clause and tell Kenyans, we must cut 1 trillion.
It was 17 billion, wasn't it?
It was 17 billion. No, they asked for 20 actually. They asked for 20. Katawa had asked for 20. I mean, it was cut to 70. We want to go through it one blow by blow. If Uhuru Kenyatta survived with 4 billion, I mean, you want us to tell us what's happening with this money. We will cut it, present to the people. And then we are going to pay people to tell their MPs they dare not pass the wrong budget. They must reject it. And the finance bill, this time it's going to be very organized. So we want to come to the people, tell them, look here, this is what they presented. We have made cuts on these areas.
Because I remember it was 17, then Parliament took it back to 13.
What you want to know the details also?
Yes.
I'm from Nakuru.
Right.
At no time did we say State House to be moved from where it is. They want to see whether they have put money to move State House from Nakuru. Because
move it from Nakuru.
Yes, they want to buy another land. So that now the powers that be can do something else with that land.
Wait. The original State House, I grew up in Nakuru.
I know, yeah.
The government appropriated plots that were next to that State House.
Yes.
Is it the one in Lanet?
No, it's Nakuru. Just as you enter. It's opposite Section 58.
Yes.
I know where it is.
Yes, exactly.
It's just I don't know the name of that area.
Yeah.
It's
Section
Milimani.
58.
It's Milimani.
It's my area.
Okay. So, are you saying that somebody suggesting that space is inadequate?
That is it.
I don't understand.
MPs from Nakuru, they have suggested that. So we are spreading a lot.
Suggested
to move
that it is moved.
To where?
The president always comes there maximum 3-4 times in a year. Only. That place has acres and acres of land. You can do anything there. But do you know the problem is? There's a long hotel. I know you know that. There's a hotel overlooking the State House.
Oh, I remember that complaint.
The issue is, they are like, because I was asking them, when a new president comes, who will move? The State House or the hotel? Because a president cannot...
How did they allow that hotel to be built in the first place?
I mean, the people, the powers that be, they're the ones who own that hotel.
Oh.
Yeah, the first family of Nakuru.
Oh.
It's the kind of impunity we're talking about.
Anyhow,
Yes. So, and it's overlooking. So they're like, hey, when a new president comes, they will say, I cannot live here with people on 10th floor overlooking me. So they are thinking ahead, why don't we move this one so our hotel can remain? This is the kind of thinking we have in Kenya today. And Cynthia can tell you, some of us who are vying for office, we have to swear by something called servant leadership, no corruption, just serve the people or go. If you want to make money, if today's city, I don't have the calling for leadership, I can tell you this. I'll go open a big international company. Go to China, begin flying and doing fishing or, timber business. Please leave people alone. If you don't intend to serve, please leave people alone. Don't come to government with an idea, the other governor made how many billions? I'm going to do double. Your life will be so miserable. You are going to mess up your position. You'll not be re-elected. You'll be moving around here with an honorable title. And the days of your life in this earth will be reduced. Forget about the people you don't intend to do anything, by the way. Just go and live a good life, Go make money elsewhere. There are many ways of making money. Forget about making money in public service, by the way. I feel for guys, you go to office, you have no idea what the governor is, but you just go because you have money, give guys money, become a governor. You have no idea what a governor does, what an MC does, an MP, a senator. Why? Just go make money, damn money, and nobody will ask you. Don't come and take office. You have no idea. You are stuck in politics. You can't govern.
You see that issue of that hotel in Nakuru? Overlooking because I saw that debate.
Yeah.
People should be arrested for that.
I mean, but you know what? The land is a Lidway's land.
People should actually go to jail.
Look here, it's a Lidway's land. Let me tell you what happened.
It is railway.
It's a Lidway's land. Now let me tell you, the other government passed a resolution in cabinet that people should clear from all Lidway's land. Let me tell you how that did. 100 people in Nakuru, in Naivasha, their businesses were demolished. Somebody died in Naivasha because of the hard pressure. People, literally their things came coming down. That was government. This government says no. We'll go back to listen. Let us list Kenya release the land. Yesterday I had a meeting with them in Naivasha. I told them, listen,
yes,
your list was active. Government came demolished because of a cabinet instruction.
Yes.
The same, another government, because government is government. Another government comes, says, we can list the property. You should be given the first priority, or the government should compensate you. Now they are giving themselves 45 years of lease. That hotel sits on a 45 years lease from Kenya Railways. Look at that.
You know, something similar is happening at the Moi Air Base.
Yeah.
Moi Air Base.
EICL. There's a I don't know if it's I know it's a residential apartment building or buildings that were constructed. Buildings are not constructed overnight.
Is it?
They saw that building coming up from the foundation to the floors that it has reached. And that case, it's a story from like 3 months ago. And it's happening and that's what I'm saying. People need to go to jail for this.
This is a kind of under city. This is something we have agreed.
Because you won't move more airbase.
Let me tell you, God willing, there's something we have agreed. If we don't deal with the impunity of this government when we take over next year, it will give it's something that any successive governments can do. The amount of misappropriation of funds, theft, looting, corruption. If we don't deal with restitution, Here it's not about saying let's move on, forget and moving. No, if you don't do a bit of restitution about, hey guys, please, you have time, you know, it's a whole month, you have 30 days, please come present yourself to EACC and hand over all what you took. That would be the first one. I mean, give somebody time, come and hand over anything you think you did, please come over. And if you don't, we'll go for you, because we can't allow this. You cannot go dishing out public land everywhere. You can't go money moving left, right, and center. E-citizen, you don't know who owns it, you know. 600 million, somebody is milking the money. And city, this thing, I can tell you, and I've told you this before, it will take 2 weeks of what I call political goodwill to simply see together. 70% of the problems we have in this country, 70, can be dealt with administratively by just political goodwill. The fact that nobody is thinking about stealing, nobody is afraid of their own shadows, nobody is going to compete with the business people to do business, and you are the king. You know, you are everywhere, and you because you are at a prayer, then you must make sure, if it's clearing of goods and all that, tax exemptions, we just want somebody who is sober enough to lead this country, and a team of CSs who understand what they are doing, all the way to governors, to senators, MPs. Please, this time round, I can tell you, people who are listening to me, it's not a joke. You have a whole year to check who you're going to vote. Myself, I'm vying for Senator in Nakuru, and I'm telling guys, please don't vote for me because you like me, or the way I talk English, or because I'm near to, I'm a member of NEC in DCP. No, if you don't have the reasons why you are elected by, then I don't think you are the right voter for me. You must have reasons. Why am I? I mean, because we cannot continue this way going forward. We must shape up our this country. I can tell you, you see the anger?
Yes.
You see the anger? People are so angry, city. Guys are so angry, they just need a small trigger. And that's why we said we are going to keep our anger until next year. Look, the president, he's still there. This Kasongo thing is still shaking him so badly. You know, I watch clips in Bajil, and you see, when you hear, let me tell you, political communication.
Yeah.
When you hear somebody repeating something once or twice, thrice, in a space of a day or two, that thing is really troubling his mind. When you hear Sudi saying 2, 3, 4 times that tutajaza, they know it's done. They know that they never stole anything. Ask me, because I was in a presidential team of Ruto in Nakuru.
Yes.
We never stole nothing. Because of the talk, that lofty talk, you know, we'll do ba. People actually believed in Ruto. So we never stole nothing. They know from that 4A. Yeah. They know. So they are worried. When you hear President talking, there's nothing else except Kasongo and one time. That is where we are. We must continue with that gear until the end. We must fight psychologically, physically, emotionally. By the time we deal physically next year, 10th of August,
yes,
we must torture this system emotionally and mentally to know they are done. It is not if all. That's what we are doing. It has to be done. Early enough. This election we must win long before we win it.
Daktari, as we exit, what is your plan as senator? What are you hoping to achieve?
Very good. The work of a senator is oversight. Oversight, legislation, and representation. Right? Let me start with legislation. As we speak today, I've picked several issues already, moving around with the people that concern the counties.
Right.
That I'm going to move in the registration already. I have like 3, 4, 5, and you're fine-tuning them in the mind. You know, first of all, you come with an idea, then you think this one can be a lawyer. That's number one. Number two, oversight. Senator has oversight over county governments and national government. County is a second, I call it a second line, because the first line is MCA.
Yes.
As a senator, I'll empower the MCAs. I've been a member of the county assembly. I know Nakuru County, I know it in and out, because I used to be in the executive of the first governor, Kinodi Abogwa, and I was a member of the county assembly, the second one. So, and I did that city because I wanted. By the time I speak in the national, I know everything about the county. I did it particularly that let me go down, let me be part of this, because I believe in my people. So you cannot be a good teacher if you have not been there. You must have gone through. So we'll give capacity to the MCAs to oversight governor, and I'll be the second line of defense for them, for the county. But number two, a senator oversights the county national government. That's why we have committees, right, to put government on check. And what senator does, besides releasing the 15%,
yes,
passing the money, you also go and lobby. That is something people don't know. A senator should lobby networks, you know, partnerships, lobby the national government, the NGOs, international community to help your county. That's why a senator is not supposed to fight. It's not a fight, it's engagement. Engage. And by the way, I will not go wait for 1 year. Come and tell Nakuru people 1 billion was stolen. So what? You want to tell people 1 billion was stolen last year to do what? Can you agree with the governor and MPs and MCAs? This is what money is going to do. Then You come and after every 3 months, there will be a status report on utilization of funds, both from the national and the county governments. Those are the scam of this we must do. One thing I promise Nakuru people, the first month after elections, wait for us in September. We will go down and do public participation of what Nakuru people need for the next 5 years. So that as we come look for money, we are looking for mobilizing funds, both the exchequer revenues, and also from national government and our friends, international friends and investors, knowing that money is coming there. It is easy to track theft and misappropriation if you have planned ahead. That is good that comes this we are going to do. Right. And Nakuru will be reason about Nakuru for breakfast, for lunch and supper. Nakuru will be involved in it. We want to make it an example of what a county can look like when there is proper leadership of governors, senator, women rep, MPs and MCs. That one can be done because I have an experience of that.
Daktari, I wish you all the best. You're a good guy. Ningekuwa Nakuru ningepata kura yako.
Thank you so much.
Sasa unfortunately mimi ni wangu.
No problem.
Kutoka mbali sana. But all the best. We invite you again.
Yeah, we are preparing the finance bill and the budget.
Yes.
We want to make it written so that it is easy for the people to consume. We don't want to come here lead you like 5 tax, laws. We will just make it simple. This is the money that they have put. We want to reduce to this. We're going to do that.
After you're having a meeting today at 11.
Yes.
Once you're done with that meeting, share the details.
Okay.
If it's possible.
We'll do that.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Coming up next, we want to have a conversation about realizing decent work in the platform economy. With us, we shall have Nyambura Kogi and Juliet Wanjiko Wainoi. Why don't you stick around to find out what that conversation is about?
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Lenana School was temporarily closed after unrest linked to student dissatisfaction over the planning of its annual Maroon Festival. In a letter to parents dated 2nd June 2026, Chief Principal William K. Kemei said the disturbance began on night of 1st June when some students raised concerns about how event had been organized. The school said the Maroon Festival held on 31st of May had issues including low turnout of invited schools, disagreement over the chosen entertainer, and concerns that the students did not get value for their contribution. Policy and governance expert Professor Alfred Omenya has raised concern over deteriorating conditions in Kenyan boarding schools, arguing that overcrowding, inadequate sanitation and poor dormitory design have created serious safety risks. Speaking during a Radio Generation interview today, he says some schools house far more students than facilities can safely accommodate, compromising health, dignity and emergency preparedness.
National school, and had to just withdraw my son. It was terrible. Now to come to this, Utumishi, what we are seeing in Utumishi is a symptom. The government has really increased the number of kids in the schools. So dorms that were, to house 40, 50 kids are now housing 200. Like in Utumishi, they even had beds in the corridors.
Yeah, we saw that, yes.
In fact, part of the problem in Utumishi was just that the route of escape itself was blocked. Not in terms of the doors, but even in terms of how to
accessing it.
Accessing it. So basically, the boarding situation in this country is terrible. It is terrible. In one of the schools where I was chairman of the board, one of my biggest challenge was that every time I built a dorm to decongest, government doubled the number of students that came in. So, of course, government is the one causing the problem.
President William Ruto and First Lady Rachel Ruto will travel to Finland for a state visit from June 10th to 11th, 2026. The visit is expected to strengthen bilateral ties, boost trade opportunities, and deepen cooperation on global issues between Kenya and Finland. They will be hosted by Finnish President Alexander Stubb and his spouse Susanne Ines Stubb. The trip comes just over a year after President Stubb's state visit to Kenya in May 2025. Rarieda Member of Parliament Otiende Amolo is calling for a special parliamentary committee to investigate rising cases of unrest in schools. Speaking in Parliament on Tuesday, he said the deadly fire at Tutumishi Girls Academy exposed serious failures by families, schools and the government in protecting children. Amolo urged the country to address concerns over student discipline, school safety and child welfare following the tragedy in Gilgil, Nakuru County.
I think it is time that as Parliament we form an ad hoc committee to examine unrest in schools. It is not enough to leave it to the department anymore. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I think that we must also re-examine the circumstances that we're putting the schools to. If you look at the images of that school, and that's a high-end school, you see that the dormitory was highly congested. There were beds on the corridors, there were beds next to the door. This 100% transition without the proper infrastructure is part of the problem.
A new phase of the natural El Niño weather pattern could begin in a matter of weeks. The UN has warned boosting temperatures on a planet already under strain from climate change. The World Meteorological Organization said this El Niño is likely to strengthen over the rest of 2026, driving more extreme weather around much of the globe. Several forecasts from the national weather agencies suggest it could end up as one of the strongest ever recorded, a possible so-called Super El Niño. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning. Welcome back. This is Radio Generation on 90.7 in Mombasa, 88.8 FM in Nairobi, and of course 89.5 in Garissa. How are you doing? My name is Mungala Mbuvi, and of course Iti Muga is in the studio. We also do have our guests for this particular hour, but kama kawaida, before I introduce them, taniona nani mwingine amenisalimia hapa. There's Kijiji Sports, Bat Omondi, Rostata, I think I mentioned you earlier on. We have Hebron Okango, Elijah Sang, Samson Abok, Hebron Okango, I think I've mentioned you, Morris Muia, and then Muhammad Murunga. All right, guys, continue sending in your shoutouts. We shall definitely review them as we go on. In studio, like I said, in this particular hour, I want to talk about decent work in the platform economy. And I was just asking our guests here in the studio what the platform economy is. But before they get to tell us what that platform economy is, CT has got something we call a proverb. And the proverb for this particular week is coming from Seychelles. Sijui kama mulifanya Kiswahili. Unakumbuka Ushelisheli? Unakumbuka Ushelisheli, eh? So Seychelles basically is Ushelisheli. So CT, why don't you go ahead and share?
Okay. This particular country is the smallest on this particular continent. It's an island. It is tiny. But it is one of those rare countries on this continent with a very high GDP and per capita income. Yes. Yeah. Lakini wenyewe si wengi vile. The population is like the size of a small town in Kenya. So, okay. If a little tree grows in the shadow of a large tree, it will die small. Why are you looking surprised?
It's true.
Julia, what do you think of that proverb?
It's true. Yeah, if you grow under something, obviously you won't grow.
Yeah. In the shadow of a tree?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Short and very straight to the
point. Straight to the point.
Yes. Stories zingine za hapa sukari chumvi ameachana nazo. All right. Nyambura, over to you. What do you think?
About the proverb?
Yes, about the proverb.
You have to be given an opportunity to thrive on your own terms and not under the shadow of something else for you to reach your maximum potential. So for that small tree to get to as big as a big tree, then it should have been somewhere a little bit separate so that it can get its own light, its own nutrients. Yes.
All right.
These are proverb experts.
Yes, they are. They are. All right. So in studio we have Nyambura Kogi. Nyambura Kogi, who is the last person to speak. She's the chairperson, Women Commercial Drivers Association of Kenya. Women commercial drivers. These are what, like truck drivers? Who are commercial drivers?
A woman commercial driver is any woman who's driving commercially for money. Unaendesha gari so that ulipwe pesa.
So whether it's a taxi, it's a matatu, tuk-tuk,
mkokoteni,
boda.
Yes, boda.
Mkokoteni.
Yes.
There are women who.
And we said everybody is welcome, even the one who pushes a donkey. Wewe kuja.
The donkey bit I get, but mkokoteni women in that business.
It is possible.
Oh, it is quite possible. It's the existence, the reality that I'm actually asking about. Wako. No, wako wapi?
We have seen just one.
One.
Just one at the
moment.
moment.
One in Atosha. You don't need to prove the concept. One is adequate.
Yeah.
You and Sawa.
Okay. So these are commercial drivers. As long as they're driving for money, that's the definition.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And also, we have Juliet Wanjiko. Juliet is the co-founder and head of Data Labelers Association Academy. Juliet, what is it that you do at Data Labelers?
So at Data Labelers, we are actually fighting for fairness of pay. Yeah, people doing the training AI. So there are people doing that. I don't know if you know that.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
so there are people doing the data labeling, where you label the data and then that data is used to feed AI models.
To teach AI.
Yes.
Machine learning, as they call it.
Yes. Okay. So we are fighting for those people because they are not getting what they deserve.
Okay.
So are you a union?
We are an association. Data Labelers Association.
C union.
Yeah.
So you're not freedom fighters.
We are not. We are not. Yeah, we are not.
Nini see, basically, series asking Nini hamuandamana.
But ikikuja tutaandamana. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good to know. So platform economy. What is a platform economy? In your definition, we were talking about it. We didn't get the time to finish that conversation. Now, for the benefit of our listener, what is a platform economy?
The platform economy is where people are earning from working online in a platform, and a platform is not necessarily a website. It's a website. It has features that go beyond just a basic website. Other times it is backed up by an application, an app that is compatible to the various phones.
Yeah.
So the platform economy, you go to the site, you put in your credentials and you get work from that. In some of the platforms you bid for work. In other platforms now you upload your documents, like for the drivers.
Yes.
You upload your documents and they give you some small training. And once that is done, then you can just get on the road.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But unfortunately for the platforms, the clients are not held to the same standards as the drivers.
How so?
Because the drivers have to give verifiable information. You have to give your driving license, your PSV license, your real credentials, your real photo. But for the clients now, you can create even a hoax or a fake email address, use a fake name, and just be on the platform. So that does not guarantee our security, especially as drivers, because you don't know who you're going to pick, but they know us and they have our information.
Yeah. But why is it so? I mean, I've registered for multiple platforms, whether it's the taxi ones, whether it's ordering food online. I use my credentials. Why would anyone want to use fake credentials?
In this society, we have good and bad people. And your intentions for creating the platform is you want service, but somebody else is looking for something different. Somebody else is looking for how to maybe steal your car. Is looking for how to basically avert themselves from illegal living.
Yes.
So that is. I understand that's why you would want to create a fake profile, because you don't want to be verified and to be found out that you're doing something illegal. On a platform.
So can I ask, so when that is the thinking, are we therefore saying that there is evidence to support what you're saying, and there are instances where people have actually used fake credentials, and when you look at what it is that they have done, their intentions were never good. They are what we call nefarious intentions. Or are we taking the view that, knowing human nature and given the inclination that some individuals have to be antisocial, you are being precautionary, you are making sure that what might happen doesn't happen, so you are moving ahead of the curve?
You have chosen a good word, nefarious.
That is a good word.
Yes, nefarious is a good word.
Yes.
If we would refer to some of the older philosophers, human nature is self-serving.
It is.
Yes, and you're seeking for the easiest way out. Most of the times we don't believe in the people who are born, as a clean white sheet, and you're accustomed, because the society teaches you things that sometimes are not exactly agreeable. But we have instances where people have made fake credentials, and they have turned out, they have committed crimes from that. We have instances as recently as last week where some drivers were attacked by people who had, fake credentials. We have had cases of drivers who have been hijacked, who have been, especially for women. There is a lady about 2 years ago who was murdered in Mombasa and her vehicle taken away by people who had pretended to be something they are not. They had used fake credentials. The vehicle was found in Kisumu, and she was murdered around Taita Taveta, that area.
Whoa. Wow.
Yes, we have many instances of insecurity.
So we are having women being attacked.
Yes.
In the workplace.
Yes, and harassed at night.
Yeah, sexual harassment.
Yeah, and many callers, unsolicited callers, especially from the people you've interacted with during the day.
Oh, they call you back.
Yes.
Wanaanza kukukatia.
Sindio.
It's difficult, eh?
No, this isn't easy at all. I am someone who uses Uber on a daily basis, and some of the stories that those drivers tell me are fantastic. They will tell you that there are some parts of this town they will not go to. At certain times it doesn't matter how much you're paying, they will not go. And the reason is because of what has happened to some of the people who are in that line of work. But my second question, how then does that platform actually protect those who either are members of it or those who use it?
So for me, I think I'll talk about data labeling, because mostly it's about data labeling.
Right.
So for you to create an account in the platform based, you have to use your own credentials, the real credentials. But now if that account is not bringing money.
Juliet, can I just ask you to speak to the microphone?
Okay.
Thank you.
So if that account is not bringing you money, you'll have to create a fake account or use a VPN so that you can make more money. The reason behind that is because you're not making enough money from the real account. So for us is for the money. It's not for anyone attacking you. Let's
go back to that VPN. A VPN is a virtual private network, right?
Yes.
So this allows you to mirror the IP address of another location. So you want to say that you're in America so that you can earn more money, because if your IP is from Kenya, then you won't earn as much.
Yes, you'll get $0.000.
Dollars.
Yeah.
But for the same job in America, you'll get how many dollars?
You'll get almost like $2, $8, like
no
that.
No way.
Yes, and it's very
Why? It's the same job, same qualifications perhaps.
Yes.
So if I'm able to do this, why not just pay me what you're paying an American worker?
I think it's about the policies that are in Kenya and those that are in America. So there is no support for people who are working online, the data labelers. There is no that support from the government. So in America, you are very, very, very well supported. But here in Kenya, you're not supported. So that's the problem.
The support you speak of, what is it exactly?
The support is the policies, the regulations.
Okay.
So what we
Give
have
us an example of a regulation that is not supporting workers here in Kenya.
Let's say you are working as a data labeler.
Yes.
Yeah. The whatever is there in the policies is for person who is working in an office. person who is waking up and going to an office. But now you are supposed to buy a laptop, you're supposed to buy a Wi-Fi, and you're not paid for that.
Yes.
The people you are working for, they don't understand that you're buying these things.
Okay.
So if you have to invest this much, then the payment has to be high. You see,
Yes.
and the government doesn't understand that.
Yes, yes.
So you have to use your own brain.
Okay.
And use that fake account or a VPN.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you guys are smart, eh?
Law. Maybe to add on another law that is actually not protecting the workers.
Yes.
A regular employee in Kenya has social benefits. You have SHA paid. You have your pension, NSSF, yes.
Yeah.
You also have other benefits beyond just NSSF and NHIF.
Okay.
And SHA, sorry. And again, you also get leave. You get working breaks.
Where in America they call it vacation days.
Vacation days.
Yes.
And here we call them leave. Yes. So unfortunately now for drivers like ourselves, this platform does not consider us as employees. They call us partners. They call us independent contractors.
Yes.
But you're dictating the pricing. As an independent contractor, I should be the one who's dictating what I charge my clients. But I'm not able to negotiate for my prices with my clients. I'm also not able to get leave days. If I'm not doing the work, then there is no social protection for me.
Yeah.
For the women particularly, we have maternity issues. So we never get time of if I'm not doing the work when I'm expectant or when I deliver my child, then gari talala.
Yeah.
Or I have to give it to another driver who may not necessarily take care of my vehicle or my asset the way I would if it was me who was working. So the platform says that I am an independent contractor, but why is it dictating the prices that I'm going to charge? Why is it also dictating my working hours? Why is it dictating my route? Why is it also monitoring me? Because we have to put our location on at all times. Whether I'm offline or my location on the apps has to be on throughout.
Let me ask.
Who owns the platform?
It's the person who is giving you the work. This the person who is giving the work owns the platform. They dictate even your machine, how you will operate. Like you have to install something so that they can monitor you.
So this platform they have, that is their business, is it not so?
Yes.
And they are supposed to make money from it. So, but your argument is that because you are considered a partner, you are arguing that a partner ought to have a say.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what you're arguing.
Yes.
I have a question, and this one I'll ask it separately. Let me start with the taxi business. So now you have this platform. Are you saying that you would prefer to determine your work hours? I thought, because I've also used these taxis before, and I thought they operate 24/7, whether it's 3 a.m. or 3 p.m. I will get a taxi. But you're saying that there's a certain time you can't work, or what do you mean?
No, what I meant with that is my input towards this.
Yes.
Is not just my asset. I have come with my vehicle, which is my tool of work.
Yes.
I have come with my phone. I am using my data.
Yes.
I am the one who's cleaning the vehicle. I am paying for parking.
And this is your car?
This is my car.
Okay.
I am, besides parking, I will also pay the extra cost of customer service because I have to be polite to my clients. I'm also paying for the customer security and my own security.
Okay.
That is a real cost of driving. I'm also paying for fuel that is right now is unsustainable. So now, this beyond there, I'm providing labor to this platform. And this labor is determined by them. They will tell me that I can only work maybe up to 12 hours. If I want to work for a lesser time,
okay.
The money that I have earned is probably not enough. Is probably not enough. So I will switch this one off when the time has expired, and open the other one and
go to another app.
Yes.
Okay.
To try to make money.
Yes.
Because sometimes you will leave in the morning and I have fuel. I have fueled my 1,200 shillings, and in the evening I don't even have the money for fuel.
To get back to your own house.
To get back to my own house. So you either fuliza or you look for any other option. You can't. At the same time, or
you call Juliet akukopeshe.
Anikopeshe. Or another thing, we also have loans that people are paying in this business. So you find that if I'm not working today, then I have to look for somebody else to have the vehicle on the road, because the bank is not waiting for me. The bank is waiting for its money at the end of the day.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, for you, you're saying that on your computer, there's an app that monitors what you're doing, so you have got to be on 24/7. What does this app, what does this monitoring entail?
Okay, there is something called focus. They are really focusing on what you're doing on your computer. So if you switch to something else, they will know. So the end month will dictate, like the pay will be dictated by your focus and throughput.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
So this is my computer.
Yeah.
If I happen to open Netflix and watch a movie, they will know I was watching a movie between this time and this time.
Yeah, they will say you are inactive. You are not doing the job. And it's your own computer.
What if I open several tabs? So one tab has got the work, the other one has got a movie.
Actually, you're not supposed to do that. If you are working, you're working.
So again, they want to dictate how you should work.
Yes.
I see. And you must you work with these people?
You also, you must work with them, because right now that is what we have as a, this is the job that we have right now. There is no that
flexibility,
options si mingi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, ukifanya kazi on your computer, you're working.
You have not had this. You are even taken picture.
Oh, the camera is on.
Yes.
The webcam.
After every 5 minutes.
Yes, it captures your image.
What you're doing. Are you sleeping? Yeah.
In addition.
Yeah.
In addition, especially for their platforms, if even somebody passes behind you, you're likely to be deplatformed because you have exposed
their data
to somebody else.
So I can't, if I'm working from home, even my own wife can't pass behind me.
Yes.
You work with a wall behind you. So the likelihood of somebody passing behind you is nullified completely.
So like for you, typically how long do you work?
It depends.
Give us your work day.
My work day?
Yes.
Okay. I start at 4 a.m. From 4 a.m.
Why?
Because that's
the
peak schedule. Time. The schedule that is given, and you have to work for 8 hours.
For 8 hours.
So if it starts at 4 a.m., it has to end at 12.
Okay.
So if you want that flexibility, you won't get it, because your shift starts at 4 a.m.
Okay, and this is typically for people in East Africa.
Yes.
Okay, so 4 a.m.
4 a.m.
The moment you sit on your desk like this.
Yes.
That's it.
Before, we used to have breaks. But right now they are saying, if you want breaks, you have to make it at the end. It's not like, let's say if you are starting...
You take a break after 8 hours?
Yes.
So no toilet break?
Yes, no toilet break.
No breakfast?
Yes.
No lunch?
No lunch.
So for 12 hours,
it's
you're seated there?
Yes.
But there's something called, even your what are they called? Your blood vessels, zitaganda.
Not only that.
Your muscles.
What are international laws regarding working environment and the working hours that people, or...
I think
what sort of agreements do you people sign?
Those contracts are, it's about money mostly. It's about making money. It's not about...
It's okay, even here, I'm here to make money.
The money that we get, but what you're describing
is slavery.
It's slavery.
That is slavery.
It's slavery.
Now, I want to honestly get this thing with...
I actually want to understand it, yes.
So you wake up at 4.
Yeah.
The moment you switch on your computer like this, someone is monitoring you.
Someone is monitoring.
So you cannot leave even for a toilet break.
Yes.
So if you have diarrhea, you diarrhea there. You might as well work in the toilet.
Are you allowed sick off?
But you are not paid. You go for sick off, but you are not paid.
Okay. Let me backtrack a bit.
Yeah.
Because you're in East Africa, you're paid that fraction of the dollar that other people are paid if the jurisdiction is the US.
Yeah.
Okay? Sawa. But we accept it because it pays you something that ordinarily you would not be able to earn if you're working here.
Yes.
All right? And the contract that you sign, there's no wiggle room. You are given a contract and that is it.
That is it.
You either accept or
deny.
you do not.
Yes.
And everything that you're doing is in that contract, including those 8 hours where you do nothing but just work. Okay?
Yes.
And the amount is also included in that particular contract?
Yes.
Hey.
Yes. And also when you go for maternity leave, you're not paid.
Mm.
So you get sick, you done. You moved from.
So roughly,
Yeah.
how much money do data labelers make at the end of the month? Are you paid by the monthly, weekly, daily,
hourly?
Mm-hmm.
It depends with the platform. There are those that pay monthly.
Okay.
And there are those that you don't have a defined amount.
Yeah.
If you come to work, you will earn that one, and then now you'll wait for a day, you get paid that amount of money.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, roughly, just give me a rough estimate. How much do people make monthly?
30,000.
30K.
Yes.
8 hours.
Yes.
No toilet break.
No toilet break.
Yeah, pause.
Nyumba ikishika moto nichomeke tu
This
hapo.
8
Sasa
hours.
itabidi umetoka na laptop yako inachomeka.
Ngoja kidogo. This 8 hours is every day, every working day.
Yes.
Including Sunday and
And
Saturday.
also, Sundays no.
Okay.
Sundays
Monday
and
to Friday,
Monday to Friday.
Okay, and
Yeah.
then you're doing this for a whole month
Yes.
for 30,000 shillings.
Yes. 30,000 shillings.
And there are no toilet breaks.
No toilet.
Yeah, no. You know, this is very important because
Yes.
even I can't see. You know, we take, like, I'm taking coffee. At the top of every hour, I have got to go and relieve myself.
There is no that.
And I can't even input it and tell them, look, it's now 9:36 at 10. For those 5 minutes, I'll go and relieve myself, then come back.
You see, I think now what we do as data labelers, you see the those 5 minutes where they take the pictures. Now that's when you have to run before the camera takes the picture. You're there. You get.
Okay.
You
So
don't-
do you know when it will take?
Yeah. It has taken like imechukua sahi, and then now you wait for 5 minutes.
Yes.
You go
So
do your thing,
so,
and then
so I can tell when it has taken.
yes, it flashes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So ni mimi nicheze tu na ujanja
Yeah,
yangu.
ujanja yako.
Now me with my broken leg, I am done.
Now you're
because
done.
I can't run in 5 minutes and come back. It's virtually impossible.
Let's say you are breastfeeding.
Yes.
You'll have to breastfeed with your child there.
Okay. And they'll see me exposing
Doing
my
the
breasts and everything.
Yes.
Well, that won't happen in your case, but nonetheless.
Are you saying I don't have breasts?
I'm saying you
But you
can't
cannot
breastfeed.
So Nyambura, in your case, as do you have this monitoring that she's talking about? Because you said you have to be online 24/7, like during the duration of your work time.
In terms of online, they usually ask you for a photo randomly, so that they can, if in case you've changed drivers, then they can track and see that you're not the person who's driving
the vehicle. Okay.
So sometime when you're driving during the day, they'll ask randomly for you to take a selfie.
Okay.
And if the selfie, maybe you've shaken, something like that, so you're deplatformed, you're taken off. In fact, that one is you're permanently banned because they assume that somebody else is driving.
So let me ask. So I'm here. I'm driving, and then what do? They call me, they WhatsApp me, they text me, they email me.
No, you just see a prompt on the app, and then it asks you to take a selfie.
But you're driving.
No, not when you're driving. Most of it, not when you're driving.
Oh, they know that you're stationary.
Yes, but during that stationary time, when I'm online, nobody pays for that waiting time. If I'm carrying a client and we have to wait for them, they're asking me they pay a maximum of 10 shillings for the waiting time. Could be an hour, but it's 10 shillings.
For what?
Per waiting time.
Per waiting time. So, and you can go with a client, you take them, they want to do shopping. And
so you wait at the supermarket for half an hour as they do shopping.
Yeah. And
the only compensation you get in there is 10 bob.
Yeah, it's 10 bob. And in terms of monitoring, once again, my app, the permissions I have to give on my phone is that they have to allow location all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, so that in case I've taken a client and we have decided to go offline, then they will see my location and they will tell me that I've committed a fraudulent act and I will be deplatformed.
Are there benefits to them actually having access to your location at any given time?
Yes, it's a way of curbing the offline trips, so that you're able to see where this person is. I pick this person here. You can see their location. You can see my location, and I've brought them on the same place. And if I go online at a place that the former trip was supposed to take me, then they can track and see that I have gone offline. Yeah, and then they say that I'm committing fraud, and
But
they cut me off the platform.
surely, I'm allowed to go offline. So, for example, I was transporting a client to Muthaiga. So I get to Muthaiga, and then I receive a phone call. My child's school, they need me to go to attend to an emergency. I mean, I'm not going to work from there. I'll just switch off my app, go attend to this emergency, then proceed from there. So that one is also not allowed?
No, that one is allowed as long as it's not something to do with a client, because they have.
But how will they know? How will they know? Because
they can access my location all the time. They can access my location from my house. They can access my location when I go to the village. They can, because I have the permissions that these apps require, is that my location is accessible every single time.
Okay. So that means that you also need to have your data on 24/7.
Technically, yes. When I'm going online, now to the apps, I have to have my data on. Yes, but after that, the phone is still tracking you whether I have my data on. The app can access my location
with or without internet.
data.
Okay.
And that is monitoring, and I think it is unfair, and is also another layer of insecurity for drivers and for people working on the platforms.
So it's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it can provide security. On the other hand, it's intrusive because it now monitors you at moments when you'd prefer not to be monitored.
Absolutely.
Now, there's the issue of the money. In your line of work, as I told you, I use the facility every day.
Yes.
The constant complaint is that the money is inadequate. But there are others who tell me it is okay. And they argue and they tell me, and I ask why, and they tell me, well, it's a question of how you work, when you work, blah, 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 blah. So I get to a point where I don't fully understand.
Very well. I may try to explain it.
Yes.
It may not fully make sense, but I will try. Yes. Now, everybody was here when we had this discussion about fuel prices last week. And people went, and diesel was lowered by a certain amount.
10 shillings.
By 10 shillings. That affects the people who are doing the heavy commercial driving. But for the taxis, we have various categories. We have, I'll just mention them quickly. We have a Suzuki Alto, a Daihatsu Mira, small cars, 650cc capacity.
Essentially motorbikes on four wheels.
Yes, that is one. And then we also have, in the same category, we have somebody with a Mazda Demio, somebody with a Toyota Passo, somebody with a Vitz, that is 1300cc, 1000 cc's, right? The amounts you're earning from that, this is a person with half the capacity of a vehicle, so the fuel is the consumption is definitely less, right? And this is somebody still in the same category. Yes, the amounts may be slightly different, but they are earning for a double capacity engine, right? That means that their profits are diminished. So somebody with a Suzuki Alto, with a Daihatsu Mira, will say that they're making money, but somebody on a Vitz, somebody on a Mazda Demio will say that they're not making money because my engine is bigger and I'm fueling more. Yes, my parts are more expensive than the Daihatsu Mira.
See, now that's the thing, because the engine displacement obviously will determine how much fuel you have to fuel and the amount of energy that car is using. So obviously the higher the engine capacity, the higher the fuel.
Again, the issue of offers. If you're a daily user of these platforms, you're given offers.
Watch out, there are days we don't even pay.
Exactly. And how do you think your driver is going to fuel your vehicle to make money?
That is my problem. How exactly?
Because they say that they have held your money, but usually they deduct it from their commissions. Eventually, I will never ever touch that money.
How is the driver shortchanged? Because I would assume if I, the client, is given that benefit or some discounts, which I get when you use it frequently, sometimes you're even shocked. Can you imagine my shock when I was told one day, you're not paying anything? And I said, why am I not paying anything?
Yes.
And it was explained to me. So how is the driver compensated? Because the driver has expended fuel,
yes,
has expended time,
yes,
wear and tear,
has engaged in a service which has a cost.
Yes.
So how are they compensated?
They will claim that they're going to give you an offer, and the offer is already paid to the driver. But the driver will never touch that money because they are going to deduct it from their commission. It is a way of technically ensuring that the next client who comes, they deduct the money from that commission. It's a way of avoiding
so essentially
taxation.
The commission you are supposed to pay. They are arguing that you will pay less.
You will pay less.
Does that actually happen?
It does happen.
Yes.
I would say it does happen.
Yes.
But then again, you see the amount of money that you have earned from the trips, and then at the end of the day, you're taking nothing home. I have no physical cash. I cannot take the commission and take it to a fuel station and tell them to fuel my vehicle from this commission.
Let me ask you a question that always puzzles me. Okay, there are some trips I make and I look at the charge and I'm wondering, now this one, how is this guy doing business? Because if I'm paying 180 shillings and I'm thinking, this one 220, I'm thinking, this one.
And that is why we are asking for benevolence.
What I'm supposed to pay is less than what the cost of 1 liter of fuel costs. So I'm thinking, how does this actually work?
That is why we are calling it modern day slavery.
Yeah.
It is a job that is not working for drivers. It is not paying them. We are earning nothing. We cannot service our lives from this. So
can I ask a question? This association of yours, which isn't a union, is it possible to lobby? Is it possible to petition? Is it possible to talk to your member of parliament and whoever so that we have a legislation that protects you? When you talk about America, for instance, there are laws that protect workers there. There are certain amounts that you cannot pay. No, you can't pay. It's called minimum wage.
Minimum wage.
Minimum wage has to be a livable wage. Okay? Yeah. Ours clearly is not. Okay? Because when you hear the amount, you wonder, how does, literally and honestly, how does somebody live with this money if you are living in town? The prospects of lobbying, the prospects of actually getting legislation so that you think of this thing long term.
So currently, there is the ILC convention that is happening in Geneva. It started on the 1st of June. It's going to end on the 12th of June. And here, this is the second run because they started this platform discussion last year. If you look at even our Employment Act in Kenya, this was done last updated in 2007. Then we didn't have platform work. Then we didn't have the social media pages. And you see, platform work does not necessarily mean that it's us, the drivers and the data labelers. We also have content creators, the people who are working on TikTok, people who are working on Facebook.
Yes.
And you see what they are paid versus what is internationally in the other countries that have better jurisdictions, better laws than we have. They earn better. But now, with the ILC convention, then platform work has been a discussion. People are asking for social protection. They're also asking for better pay, rest, maternal rights, the gender issue, such. And now, once that is the convention is passed, then it is our work now as these small organizations to help to push the government to ratify it so that it's part of our laws.
How is your interest looked after at the convention?
Do you want to talk about it, Royce? Our interest for platform work. In the first place, there's misclassification.
Right.
So that we have the classifications of workers as workers. Platform work is work. Platform workers are workers. That's number one. Number two, in terms of social protections, we want health benefits that these platforms are ideally supposed to pay. And you see, if say one platform is paying, then let them pull it together, and it can get to that said worker for the time. We are asking for rest. We are asking for less algorithmic management, whereby when I'm being deplatformed, the robot has made the decision, but there is no human intervention. So they will tell me that in case I have problems here in Kenya, I will go to sue them in Estonia or to sue Uber in the Netherlands. I cannot sue them within this jurisdiction because they're a platform. They are not based on anything, and they are led by that robot. So so
you can't sue the robot.
I can't sue the robot. Again, for the clients, if a client has offended me, and you see if you ever look at anything that went wrong in these apps, they will say driver did this, so the client is always right. I'm never given the chance as a driver.
Wait. Are you saying that there's this place where we rate you.
Yes.
You don't have a space for rating your client.
We are able to rate our clients,
Yes.
but it goes beyond that. So in case you have a complaint and you have rated your driver badly, what is the reason? Everything is driver did this, but me, I will not say the customer did this.
You can't say.
And if I ever give that complaint, they say we have acknowledged. It's going to be reviewed by a human. But you push it further, they tell you now, you will go and complain in the Netherlands. They will not even give me visa if they know that I'm going to complain there.
Yeah.
For me as a data labeler, we have organizations here where we have like organization like SAMA, where people are given jobs. Yeah, and the contract comes from
this same SAMA that is being sued.
Yes.
Okay.
The contract comes from them. So the convention is about us having the regulations and the policies. We are the ones suggesting for this and this, because normally it comes from the people with the jobs. So we are having that. The convention is about that, and also fighting for fundamental rights. Yeah,
Okay.
people to like the people doing the job. They are people. They are not robots. We are the people. So human rights to be in that convention. Yeah, and also the banning of accounts. People getting banned from the platforms. So we have to make sure that we are protected by the regulations and the policies that you are pushing through. Yeah.
You know, there's something I usually wonder as far as what people on digital taxis make. Like in a good month, how much do these folks make?
In a good month, let's give it December.
Yes. Why December?
Because there's a lot of people moving around. The highest amount that my app ever made was 112,000. That was in 2024.
In December.
But that is the money that is appearing there. When I factor in my wear and tear, I factor in service, the fuel I've spent, the app says I have 112,000.
Yeah.
But my reality is that I have 30,000.
No way.
Yes.
About 90k just goes to all those things.
To all these other things that what is in my pocket is 30,000, and of course it's not going to be in my pocket because you see it's a daily thing. So I have my rent to pay, I have all these other things to service. So it's not exactly money in my pocket.
You guys are paid daily. Like sorry, you can withdraw your money at any time.
Oh yes, you can withdraw the money at any time.
Sometimes we pay you in cash. Okay.
Yes, but for this, the money that has been paid by the card, you withdraw by the week. Yeah, when it gets to Sunday, sometimes they just send it to you directly.
Oh, so you just receive a message. Ding, ding.
Yes.
Unaona confirmed.
Confirmed.
UBWXYZ.
Yes, from Ting.
45,000.
Yes. Not 45. It cannot be 45,000. It's impossible.
Okay, 450,000.
15,000.
4,500.
From something different.
15,000.
Yeah. Maybe from something different.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. What you know, back in the day, people used to say when of course we had fewer taxis, it was said that you people used to make money.
Yes.
Like in a day, you would probably make that 30,000.
Yeah, possibly than in 2016, but this is 10 years later, and the platforms now have become smarter. And again, we also have so many taxis already operating on the road, because we also have an equivalent number of people who don't have work.
Yes.
So you see that is what is available, and a lot of people, especially in corporate, who had a small vehicle, and when things go awry here,
yes,
you join the taxi business, ikikushikilia before you know what next. So we do have a lot of people over there, and it's demand versus supply. So the cost definitely, the earnings definitely go down.
I remember, like you see outside our estates, because there are several along that road, the number of taxis I see out there. Yani, you literally request for a taxi, seconds later you get a call back. Niko hapa nje kuja.
Yeah, there are many. There are many because people don't have much to do. I would say that our government has not done very much in ensuring that everybody that is qualified gets dignified work. So people figure their way out and look for fallbacks, and that is one of them. And you see again, the banks are also there giving people loans, so you can access a vehicle, but of course you'll struggle to pay. Like you'd rather be doing that than staying in the house and waiting upon rest.
Yeah, sitting in the house is actually more dangerous because the stress creeps up on you.
Yeah.
In terms of security, because we were just talking about security a few minutes ago, how are you able to, as a female driver, how are you able to protect yourself?
Wow, it's a lot of Christ.
Do you carry a gun, for example?
I wish I could. I wish I would, because it would help me to solve a bit of my problems, but I would end up in Langata, which is unnecessary.
Yes.
But we have to work mostly during the day. And if you're working at night, then even the clients will ask you, sasa wewe unafanya nini hapa? Yeah, it is a cultural, and it is unexpected that a woman is working on a taxi at night. So they have SOS buttons pressed over there that I don't know who they signal. But again, most of the times we have Zello apps, an app called Zello, where you can update the location about where you are as a captain at night.
Okay.
Yes, but again, ni wewe na Mungu wako. Your security is not exactly assured, and you get in, the client gets into the vehicle, and you hope, you're just praying for the best.
Do you have cameras in the car, for example?
Yes, some people have installed dash cams, of course, at an extra cost. But you imagine that I'm going to spend 8,000 Kenya shillings to install the dash cams. Yes, it's an extra investment, and for my own security. But then again, with the diminishing returns, then that 8,000 shillings is a stretch. It eats into my rent. It eats into my insurance. It eats into the school fees for the kids.
Yes.
So I'd rather not invest in that. Yeah. And I have the car as basic as possible, and I expose myself to extra layers of insecurity.
Yes.
But then again, it's also important to have your location shared with a relative, friends, so that everybody knows where you are at one given point.
Yeah.
Hey. Yani, this is not sounding like business.
It's not.
It's not a job.
It's not business. It's not work.
Yeah, it's not work.
And here we thought in the digital era everything would be better, sweeter, greater.
No, this is sounding like somebody.
And every time our man is always having conferences with these BPOs, saying that we are creating jobs, we are doing this.
Who is our man?
Our president. Yeah.
My man.
My man.
And they keep relaunching this, these organizations, they keep getting relaunched. You're cutting ribbons every single time, saying that you're creating employment. But if somebody's taking home 20,000, is it a living wage, really? It's not.
Let me give you the perspective of those who are in the business of saying they've created jobs. They have actually created jobs. Put a full stop there, because now we're talking about the details of the job and whether it actually meets the very basic needs that this person would have. Now that takes us to our laws. The Employment Act. When it was updated, it was updated in 2007 if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
If the Employment Act does not cater for the needs of the citizens, we cannot even put an argument based on our laws, because our laws are inadequate.
They are inadequate.
Yeah, when it comes to this. That's why I took you to the lobbying, because if our laws are protective, then you have a leg to stand on.
Absolutely.
If our laws are what they are, unfortunately, you will only be better than that young lady whom somebody brings from Gishagi to help with the housework, who is paid an amount which, if you are told, you first of all scream, because you're wondering what on earth is somebody supposed to do with this amount of money. Now, the unfortunate thing is that those who work in your industries are people who are actually skilled. It's not as though somebody doesn't know what to do. They do know. They have an ability. But given the economic circumstances we find ourselves in, this is the opening they have at this moment in time. And if it's not able to meet their needs, and yet it could, the person whose platform it is seeking to make money and will look for a place that suits their benefit best.
Absolutely.
If our laws are slack, we are a perfect destination for that business.
Yes.
Because they will make a lot of money from that particular location. So again, we go back to our laws. We go back to these fellows we keep electing, who are essentially politicians, but we have a tendency of calling them leaders. They're not leaders. They are just politicians whom we have elected and who misrepresent us badly. Because if they looked after our interests and they focused on this, instead of this nonsense of everything, anyway, what they would do, I was going off tangent.
It's allowed.
Yes.
Everybody is emotional right now.
No, it's upsetting. What they would do is ask themselves, these Kenyans, this young population of Kenyans whom we are trying to find opportunities for, what legal structure would we need to have that actually protects them wherever they're going?
Absolutely.
That would be a debate, but I haven't heard that debate. Have you heard that debate?
Unfortunately, I haven't.
Yes. So
we had a conversation here with that lawyer, I'm forgetting her name. And from the conversation we had, I can tell you for sure, if everything she said is true, of which she has no reason to lie, then our legislators do not really care about this industry that
Absolutely. You're in. Yeah, as long as you're able to cater for the fuel that they have asked you for, you can pay your taxes, because the platforms now are paying taxes to the government, remittances. Then beyond there, and you see now, let me take you back now the other side. These people in parliament are very far removed from the reality of Kenyans. This is a person who has received a grant of 7 million to buy a big vehicle. They are receiving an allowance of 500,000 shillings per month for fuel. When will they ever feel the pinch of fueling a car at 1,000 shillings and you realize you have less than 5 liters with that? They would not know. So my pain is not their pain, and we're not seeing things from the same level. And I wish now people would come down from the high horses and realize that power is transient, and once your period is done, you're done, and you will come back to the rest of us, and you will feel the same pains we are feeling.
Actually, them, they don't get money from their pocket to pay for that fuel.
They never.
Kuna mali wanajazanga wanapeleka na hiyo pesa inatoka.
Yes.
So their salary comes intact. They don't experience the same. You and I, we get paid, and for a fact, X amount of money is just going to fuel alone.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Ladies, we've come to the end of this conversation, but thank you so much for finding time to come. So sasa leo utatengeneza pesa because you're here.
Yeah.
Sasa ni hivyo imeenda hivyo. So you're less what? 3,000?
3,000? What are you saying?
How much have you lost today just by being here?
Let me say per day.
Yes.
Like we divide by 30K.
Yes.
And then the taxes. Don't forget that.
Oh, you're still paying tax?
Yeah, I'm paying tax.
30K is not exempt.
It's not
from tax.
I know. Do you mean hit too easy?
It's not 30K.
The thing you need to consider, even as we talk about politics, it's not who we elect. You can elect anybody, but how we hold them to account.
Yeah.
Because we don't. Tukaweka bumper, they will actually understand that job of theirs is precarious and it can go.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But they know they are 5 years. Now, a person who knows they are 5 years, why, even if you speak, as far as they are concerned, you might as well be talking to yourself. So, the need to understand that you have a duty to hold any person who is elected to account. It helps them serve you better, but it also helps you get better service and better legislation. Yes.
And perhaps now, just to say, we have not lost anything by being here, because it has allowed us to have the chance to speak about these things. And for us, we don't do this advocacy work because we're looking for money. But if money comes, it is welcome. But then again, we are getting the message out there for more people to understand that a platform worker is actually a worker.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's no loss for us.
Since this is the last segment of the show, there was a guy in the US, 70s, 80s, 90s, even stood for the president. It's called Ralph Nader. Ralph Nader began a campaign for quality assurance, more so in the auto industry. And it was like he was hitting his head against a brick wall. He was a lawyer. He was persistent. Over time, his lobbying grew to the point where automotive manufacturers understood they couldn't get away with the nonsense they've been getting. You're just making a car, you complain, you're told, repair it. It had to meet a certain standard. All these quality things that you hear are in the West. There are people who fought for them. They were not always that way inclined. It goes with wages that women received. It goes with women being allowed to vote. Every segment of what we refer to as rights have been fought for. We are coming into this game now because it's a global economy, so we speak. Now, instead of looking at the end product of what we see in the West, look at the fight they had to get them to that. Now, that is something you need to look at and emulate because it's a fight.
Yeah.
Lastly, let me just read one or two comments
as we speak about the ILO, the LC conference that is happening. We are speaking about how the governments there, the people choosing this thing to happen, like the laws and whatever, to come to us and to our government, so that our government can understand what is really happening, because them, they know what is happening, but our government doesn't know, because they don't have the regulations and the policies.
Okay.
Yeah, here, especially in Kenya.
Let me just read something here. There's oh my god, I hope ijapotea. Msemokuli anauliza, Kenyans must develop their own homegrown Ubers as a SACCO and kick out all the current foreign-owned Ubers like services. Let's end being used as our money is siphoned out. Is it possible? First of all, do you have a homegrown Uber or Bolt or something?
Oh yes, we do. We have Yego. We have Little Cab. We have also Faras, that is also local. But then again, the best among them, I would say, is Little Cab. They are a bit more friendly.
Okay.
So if we grew those ones, and we also had some that are domesticated to our needs, that are accountable to us from here, then it would be much better than having people that we cannot hold accountable because they seem bigger than our government.
Samson is asking, Movie, ask them if they do sign a warring job contract. Do you guys sign contracts?
They just tell us to accept the
terms and conditions.
The terms and conditions and
same
privacy.
for you.
Yes.
That's a contract.
Yeah.
Because that means that you've agreed to these terms.
Yes.
But because kuna mtu amesema it's either that or you don't get money to pay bills.
Yeah. Okay. If you were to run that thing and print it, that written that contract, it's going to run from here all the way to the door.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's that long.
Yeah.
Who has the time to read it?
Is it in small print?
Yes.
That's very good.
Sawa. Mtenda musome hizi zingine mkipata nafasi. If you go to a live feed, zitakuwa hapo. But yes, a lot of viewers are sympathizing with that situation. But I all I can say is I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
So
for me, I would say the AI that you're hearing, it's us.
You are the AI.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not the robots. It's us.
You're the one who has taught that machine
to
be that AI that we are using.
Yes.
Sawa. Siti sema kwaheri.
Kwaheri.
All right, folks, see you tomorrow morning bright and early.
Okay.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie.